Chapter 1999. The huge star broke through all the light swords and rushed towards Star Venerable Jade Divinity. It covered a wide area, making it impossible for Star Venerable Jade Divinity to escape. No matter how fast he was, he could not escape the area covered by the star. Star Venerable Jade Divinity stared. He had never expected Etionyan to be able to unleash such a terrifying power. He had used most of his power, but it was still not as good as Etionyan's attack. "Get back!" Star Venerable Jade Divinity roared. The Starlight Wisdom King behind him fused with him, turning him into a huge Starlight Wisdom King. He waved his giant palm and slapped the huge star that was rushing towards him. Dong, dong, dong. He kept slapping the huge star in a frenzy. There were also countless light swords that bombarded the huge star. However, the effect was minimal. The huge star came crashing down. It was unstoppable. No. Star Venerable Jade Divinity roared. The huge star didn't stop attacking because of his roar. It continued to press down on him, pushing him up into the void. If it pressed down on the ground, the area would be destroyed. When Star Venerable Jade Divinity was pushed high into the sky, the huge star suddenly exploded. A deafening sound spread out in all directions. Even Grandmaster Xing, who has a relatively strong cultivation, felt his ears go deaf. Moreover, those ripples caused them to be shaken and retreat backwards. "Huff, huff, huff, is it over?" Etionyan gasped for breath. He had used all his strength in that move. After the explosion, he stood in the void, panting. The phantom behind him had disappeared. He had directly used a killer move. The consumption was so shocking that his unique Star Dharma idol had to shrink back. If he still could not defeat Star Venerable Jade Divinity, then he really had no other way. This was the strongest power he had used so far. It was impossible for him to get any stronger. Unless his cultivation improved, or he combined it with other moves or weapons, it would be difficult for him to obtain more power. He wasn't the only one who wanted to know about Star Venerate Jade God's situation. The others were also staring at the situation to see if Star Venerate Jade God was dead. They did not know if Star Sovereign Jade God was dead or not, but Etionyan was certain that he was still alive. The system had not sent any notifications, which meant that Star Sovereign Jade God was definitely still alive. What he needed to know was the extent of Star Venerate Jade Divinity's injuries. If he was so injured that he couldn't move, then he would just need to add a small cut. If he was completely unscathed or only slightly injured, it would be difficult to deal with him. However, he believed that his moves would definitely hurt Star Venerate Jade Divinity. He didn't believe that his moves would be able to harm Star Venerate Jade Divinity. He was confident that even a Star Venerable in the late stage would be injured, let alone a Star Venerable in the middle stage. After the explosion disappeared, a figure fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. With a bang, the originally uneven ground was smashed into a huge pit. Everyone turned to look and saw a small half of the body lying there. Who else could it be other than Star Venerate Jade Divinity? Star Venerate Jade Divinity had only a small half of his body left after the attack. Even half of his head was left. He was severely injured. It would be great if he could even move, let alone get up. I am the dignified Star Venerate Jade Divinity. Star Venerate Jade Divinity twisted the small half of his body. He wanted to recover his body, but the recovery speed was quite slow. It could only be said that the injuries caused by Etionyan's attack had consumed most of his energy. He didn't have enough energy to recover his body. Etionyan's eyes lit up. He quickly flew toward the area where Star Venerate Jade Divinity was. Even though he had consumed a lot of energy, he could still exert a certain amount of power. Soon he arrived beside Star Venerate Jade Divinity and said with a faint smile, "So what if you are the dignified Star Venerate Jade Divinity? You will still be defeated by me in the end." "You!" Star Venerate Jade Divinity was so angry that he wanted to jump up. However, he found that he couldn't do that. He could only twist a little and stare with a single eye. He wanted to swallow Etianyin alive. There is no need for you. When you die, your enemies won't come to kill you. Look, I am kind enough to help you solve a big problem. Now, you don't have to worry about being discovered. Etianyin looked at him with a mocking expression. Star Venerate, Jade Divinity, stared at him. Even though he only had one eye, he still had a sharp aura. I admit that you are strong. However, since you have swallowed that treasure, I think you will be hunted down. Star Venerate, Jade Divinity laughed. If you have the ability, then hand it over. However, I believe that you will not hand it over. Ha ha ha. Star Venerate, Jade Divinity knew that he was going to die, so he laughed. Don't worry, I am not a coward like you. What I have is mine, and no one can take it away from me. Tianyin sneered as he lifted his foot and stomped on Star Venerate, Jade Divinity's head. He didn't hesitate at all. Ding! Successfully killed Star Venerate, Jade Divinity. Obtained 120 million star energy points. Starlight Deity Starlight Aspect. Ding! Successfully completed special mission. Liberate the Empyrean Ancestral Lands Slave Imprint. Obtained 1 chance to evolve the system. Accumulates. He had finally killed Star Venerate Jade Divinity and completely liberated all the Empyrean Ancestral Lands Slave Imprint. Now he had finally resolved a knot in his heart. However, there was a new problem. What was inside the star ring? Star Venerate Jade Divinity must have stolen something and given it to his son. At the same time, he hid himself and waited for the situation to stabilize before taking it out. It seems that I have to check what's inside the star ring. Since Star Venerate Jade Divinity was chased to this state, it can't be anything bad. Etianyin recalled Star Venerate Jade Divinity's words before he died. When he turned around, he saw a group of people staring at him in a daze. Such a powerful Star Venerate Jade Divinity had been killed. The ancestral land of Jade Divinity had really been wiped out. Not a single person was left alive. The king of the past died, just like that. Star Venerate Heavenly Cloud is really powerful. He is the real king, the king of our area. Fortunately, Star Venerate Jade Divinity didn't occupy this place again. Otherwise, we would have been robbed again. The group of people was shocked, but they also felt happy. After all, it was a good thing that they had one. At the very least, it was much better than the tyranny of the ancestral land of Jade Divinity. Han Long and the others were very excited. Now they really were the kings of this area. When the time came, they would be able to do whatever they wanted, and no one would dare to disobey them. Chapter 2000. The news of Star Venerate Jade Deity's death swept the area again, shocking some of the forces that had left long ago. Some of them wondered if it was fake news. Wasn't Star Venerate Jade Deity dead? How could he still appear here? It was obviously a rumor. However, when the recording disc appeared, they were all shocked by what they saw. Even if it wasn't Star Venerate Jade Deity, it couldn't have been much worse. The most shocking thing was Tianyin's performance. Those who had resentment in their hearts could no longer feel any resentment. In the face of such terrible power, who would dare to resist? If someone found out that they had any resentment, they could just come over and give them a slap, and everything would be gone. For a moment, many forces took out all kinds of treasures to offer. Even if Tianyin hadn't said anything about offering anything, they still took the initiative to do so. They even said that they were congratulating Tianyin for defeating the ancestral land of Jade Deity and the evil forces. In the end, strength was the most important thing. With strength, everything was right, and no one dared to question it. No matter what happened outside, Tianyin returned to the ancestral land of Empyrean Terminus and began to check the things inside the star ring. However, before that, he needed to break the star ring's protection to see what was inside. Let me see what's inside the star ring. Tianyin took out Star Venerate Jade Deity star ring and carefully checked it. The structure is really exquisite. It will be a little difficult to break it. Etianyan immediately began to pour his power into the star ring, forcibly breaking the seal. If the owner was still alive, it would be a little difficult to break it. But now that the owner was dead, the difficulty was much lower. Even so, he still needed some time. As he poured his power into the star ring, the seal inside began to disappear quickly. In less than a moment, it was easily broken. It was as if he had the key and could easily open the door. So easy! Etianyan was shocked by himself. He had thought that it would take some time to break it. Who knew that it would be so easy to break it? This reminded him of the 5-colored Emperor Dragon. Could it be the effect of the 5-colored Emperor Dragon that could easily remove these imprints? The slave imprint can be easily broken, and even the master imprint can be broken so easily. Etianyan was confused. He did not fully understand the 5-colored Emperor Dragon's abilities. Thinking about it carefully, the slave imprint and the master imprint were indeed a little similar. In that case, wouldn't it be easy to remove the imprint if he found a similar treasure in the future? Under normal circumstances, as long as the owner of the treasure was still alive, it would be extremely difficult to remove it. Not only would it take a lot of effort, but it would also be easily discovered. Now that he could easily dispel it, it meant that when he obtained the treasure in the future, he could immediately dispel it. To give a very simple example, if someone threw a weapon or something at him, and he touched it slightly, the owner's mark would be removed. At that time, the other party wouldn't be able to take it back. He wouldn't even have a weapon to use, and his combat power would be halved. It seems this ability is quite useful. It will be very useful in the future. Etianyan's eyes lit up. Then he turned his attention to the things in the astral ring. When he checked the things in the astral ring, he saw a pile of treasures as soon as he went in. All kinds of martial techniques, weapons, and elixirs were piled up in the ring. As one of the controllers of the ancestral land of the Jade God, how could his family be poor? However, that was not what he was paying attention to. He was looking for strange things. Soon he found something strange, a black wooden box. He searched the whole place. The most special thing was the black wooden box, which was piled up in a corner. He took it out of the astral ring and held it in his hand. It was very heavy. His cultivation was at the Star Venerable level. Even a Star Venerable, like him, found it a bit heavy. This meant this thing was not simple. Just to pick it up, one would need to be at least a Star Lord to take it away. If one's cultivation was lower, it would be impossible to take it away. What is in it? Even I am interested in it. Etianyan felt there were few things in the world that could interest him. Thinking of the Jade God Star Venerable's words, he did not take it seriously. It might be tempting for others, but for him it was not bad. Then he reached out to open the wooden box. He did not need to use too much strength. He just lifted the box slightly and it opened. What came into his sight was a small baby. Right? It was a baby. Of course, it was not a real baby, but an energy nascent soul. Energy nascent soul. After refining it, it could become a second life and become one's clone. It could not only practice, but it could also fight. It was a real life. So its clone technique. Etianyan's eyes lit up. Previously, he had a divine skill that allowed him to create a clone. But it's a fake clone with limited combat power, and most importantly, it has a time limit. This time, there was no time limit, and it was a real clone. Even if the original body died, there would be a clone which could continue to live. The key was that cultivation would be twice the result with half the effort. With two selves cultivating at the same time, one could imagine how fast it would be. No wonder the Jade God Star Venerable was so crazy about it. It was a treasure that was extremely attractive to all cultivators. It is indeed a little attractive. Even I find it a little attractive. Etianyan smiled faintly. It was attractive to him, but not very strong. If he really did not want it, it would not be a problem. His real trump card was the system. That was the biggest attraction. He had seen the best, but he could still maintain a calm expression in the face of the energy nascent soul. For other cultivators, they would probably go crazy. This was like having an extra life. It was much safer to hide the original body and let the clone move around in the outside world. I don't know where he got it. This thing is really precious. No wonder he hid when he was being chased. Anyone who had this thing stolen would go crazy. Tianyan shook his head and put away the energy nascent soul. It was not that he did not want to refine it, but he did not have the materials. If he wanted to refine it, he needed two things: the 9 revolutions stargrass and the jade soul stone. He had the 9 revolutions stargrass, but he did not have the jade soul stone. It was no wonder that the jade god star Venerable had not refined this treasure for so long. He did not even have the most basic materials. How could he refine it? Chapter 2001. Jade Soul Stone. Looks like I'll have to look for it. It's not a bad thing to have another clone. Although Tianyan was not crazy, it was a good thing to have another clone. Having another clone to help him would definitely be a great help. He had a deep understanding of this in the past. All kinds of puppets could save him a lot of time and effort. Now that he had another clone, of course, it was a good thing. But if I want to refine it, I'll have to get rid of the brand on it. No wonder he was so cautious. It won't be easy to refine it right away. I'll be found out easily. Tianyan also found a brand inside the energy yuaning. This brand was similar to the master's brand. It must have been left behind by the owner of this thing. Not to mention refining it, just showing it outside would probably be found out. No wonder there was a wooden box that had locked it. It was to block all senses. Therefore, Tianyan only glanced at it and immediately closed it. He did not dare to look at it too much. Right, I can try to get rid of the brand. Tianyan squinted his eyes. He thought of his 5-colored emperor dragons, Star Dharma. Maybe he could use that ability to get rid of it easily. That way, he would be able to look at it or use it at will. He could also see if the 5-colored emperor dragon could get rid of the brand easily. Shortly after, he opened the wooden box again. This time he was extremely fast. He immediately extended his hand and grabbed the energy nascent soul. The image of the 5-colored emperor dragon immediately appeared behind him and cut into it with a powerful force. Then he quickly removed the energy brand. He did not get rid of it in seconds. Instead, he got rid of it bit by bit. This speed was already very fast. At this speed, it would not be long before he could get rid of it easily. The master's brand seems to be quite strong, but it can still be erased. Tianyan squinted his eyes. This meant that the master was very strong, so the brand would be very difficult to get rid of. No wonder Star, Venerable Jade Deity, would hide. To be able to leave such a strong brand, his cultivation must be very strong. Not to say how strong, but at least he was much stronger than Star Venerable Jade Deity. After a while, he completely erased the owner's mark, and what was left was a truly ownerless object. After becoming an ownerless item, he would be able to inspect it at will and wouldn't have to worry about its owner finding it. If it was in the past, he would be worried, but it was different now. He could check it at will. In fact, there was nothing much to check out now. He had seen everything he needed to see. He just wanted to test out the 5-colored Emperor Dragon's abilities. The effect did not disappoint him. He was able to easily remove the corresponding imprint. It took a little more time than expected, but it was still within acceptable limits. If he were to spend more time, he would definitely stop. If he were to spend more time, he would definitely be discovered. At the same time, in one of the regions, a man's eyes were cold. Strange, the connection has been completely cut off. Who could have erased my imprint in such a short time? The speed is too fast. I can't find any traces at all. The distance is too far. But whatever, I can find the corresponding area. I must find that thief and tear him to pieces. With a cold snort, the young man tore through the void and moved forward. When Tianyan finished checking the items in the star ring, he nodded with satisfaction. There are quite a lot of treasures. It's enough to increase the power of the lower worlds. Tianyan stood up, his eyes filled with excitement. It's time to go back. I wonder what the situation in the lower worlds is like now. He could finally return to the lower worlds. After killing Star Venerate Jade Deity, the slave imprint disappeared completely. At the same time, he released his control to the outside world. In this way, Tianyin could travel through any space without worrying about being restricted by the space. He then summoned the drug deity and Deng Feng. Both of them had come from the lower worlds, so he would naturally bring them back. Soon, both of them appeared in front of Tianyin. When they found out why they were summoned, they were both excited. Great, we can finally go back. They were extremely excited. They had worked so hard here for so long. Didn't they want to return to their hometown to have a look? Deng Feng was even more amazing. He wanted to redeem his hometown and make him the master. However, this was false information. It was impossible for him to become the master. It was just a fantasy that the celestial Terminus Star Lord had given them. In reality, it was impossible. The true control was not in his hands. How could he use his military merits to exchange for it? That's right. Let's go back now and see the situation in our hometown. Tianyin looked at the teleportation formation in front of him. Through this teleportation formation, he would be able to return to his hometown. Shortly after, he waved his hand and quickly activated the teleportation array. After the three of them suppressed their strength, they stepped into the teleportation array and disappeared. When they reappeared, they were in a spacious area. At the moment, this area was shrouded in darkness. There was no color at all as far as the eye could see. It seemed to be shrouded by some evil substance. What happened? Deng Feng and the others were stunned. When they saw the situation in front of them, they were shocked. The surrounding environment was completely shrouded by a black substance. If they looked closely, they would see that there was a large hole in the void beside them. Countless black substances were surging out and surging in all directions. It seemed to be devouring the entire world. As long as it touched an area, it would be devoured by this black substance. What is this thing? Tianyin's heart sank. He never thought that such a thing would appear. When he looked carefully, detailed information immediately appeared in front of him. Dark substance, a product of the evil spirit race. It can devour everything around it and absorb energy for its own use. Evil spirit race? What's going on? Didn't I destroy the evil spirit race? Tianyin's heart sank. Before he left, he had destroyed all the evil spirit race. Basically, not a single one was left. But now, a pile of dark substance had appeared, and it was related to the evil spirit race. This made him very confused. However, when he saw that the void had been broken, he couldn't help but suspect that the evil spirit race had broken through the barrier of the world and was coming here. Although the worlds were different, in theory, they were all spaces and could be passed through. This was similar to the celestial pole, ancestral land. It was also possible to create a space-time gate, but the difficulty was too high. Recently, I heard that there are not many star disciples coming up to the lower realm. Could it be that they are all entangled by this thing? Deng Feng and the others were in charge of the lower realm. When they saw the situation around them, they immediately thought of what had happened recently. Chapter 2002. In the Chaos Realm, a large number of barriers had been set up to seal off the area. However, the black substance still managed to enter and corrode the area. There were no enemies. The black substance kept surging in and corroding their world. Celestial Empress, if this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for long. The black substance is too strong. No matter what we do, we can't destroy it. One by one, the god generals reported to Shi Shuiyun. They told Shi Shuiyun the latest situation. Other than Shi Shuiyun, there were many other god generals around. They were all top experts of their respective worlds. They were all trapped in the Chaos Realm, or rather, when this situation occurred, they quickly gathered together to form their strongest combat power to resist the black substance. The result was obvious. Even if they tried their best, they could only stop the black substance from invading. They couldn't destroy it completely. What about the Fecta Domain Lord? Has he figured it out? Shi Shuiyun asked. The Fecta Domain Lord stepped forward. His familiar face hadn't changed. His eyes were still filled with wisdom. The Fecta Domain Lord looked exhausted. After all the torment, the Fecta Domain Lord was also mentally and physically exhausted. From the moment he discovered the black substance, he had been researching it. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find a way to get rid of it. This was evident from the fact that the other worlds had been devoured. So many worlds had been devoured, but he still hadn't found anything. It's still not working. I don't think there's anything that can get rid of it. For example, one of us has broken through to the God Emperor level. The Fecta Domain Lord shook his head and sighed. He had to face the truth. God Emperor level? It's already very fast. Shi Shuiyun's gaze turned to the inner region. There was already one person who was about to break through to the God Emperor level. He was Yi Tianyun's eldest disciple, Tan Tiankong. He used to be a cripple, but now he was about to break through to the God Emperor level. Yi Tianyun had many disciples. Tan Tiankong was the closest to the God Emperor level. Although the others had broken through to the late stage, they were still a distance away. Tan Tiankong was about to break through to the God Emperor level. He seemed to be faster than Yi Tianyun's daughter, Yi Sishue. Boom! Suddenly, a pillar of light shot into the sky. A beautiful figure flew out. Upon closer inspection, it was Yi Sishue, like a goddess of a generation. Her entire body emitted a dazzling light. Her eyes were filled with resplendent light, and she seemed to be able to suppress everything with a raise of her hand. I didn't expect you to be a step faster than me. Tan Tiankong looked at Yi Sishue, smiled, and stood up. He was racing with Yi Sishue to see who would be the first to break through to the God Emperor stage. However, Yi Sishue was the first to do so. In this world, there could only be one God Emperor, so he had no chance unless Yi Sishue left this world. After breaking through, Yi Sishue flew to Shi Shuiyun's side and smiled. "Mother, I didn't let you down, right?" Shi Shuiyun hugged her daughter excitedly and smiled. "You have never let me down. If your father is here, he will be proud of you. Yi of Lord of E, Mother, I God of, E of thee were in a hurry to break through. They wanted to have the power to get rid of the dark matter. Go." Shi Shuiyun nodded, her eyes full of hope. The others were looking forward to Yi Sishue's performance. Everything depended on her. Yi Sishue's body leaped up, soaring 90,000 kilometers into the air. She transformed into a streak of rainbow light that pierced through the air, and wherever she passed by, the dark matter would rapidly melt. Soon, the dark matter was easily destroyed by her domineering power. Great! It can be destroyed. Their eyes lit up. No amount of research could compare to the improvement of cultivation. In fact, their research was also something that they had no other choice. In the absence of powerhouses, they could only study the dark matter and then destroy it through other means. The truth was that there was no substitute for the power brought about by cultivation. The overbearing power easily destroyed the dark matter. Just as they thought that the dark matter could be easily destroyed, the destroyed dark matter suddenly grew stronger, transforming into a giant skull that condensed in the void. I didn't expect to see a star apostle in this small world. That's beyond my expectations. But that's all. It must have been hard for you to cultivate a star apostle. The giant skull laughed mockingly. It seems that you are the one who caused our world to become like this. Go to hell. Yi Sishue was furious. Her home had become like this because of the skull. She exploded in anger and slapped the skeleton with a backhand. You are just an ant. Do you think you are invincible just because you have broken through to the star apostle level? The skull sneered. It moved its mouth, and the dark matter around it moved toward Yi Sishue. This time, the dark matter seemed to be dozens of times stronger. It easily blocked Yi Sishue's attack. At the same time, it blocked her escape route and surrounded her. What's going on? Yi Sishue kept attacking fiercely. Even if she used all her strength, she could not break through the defense at all. Not to mention her. Even the others were stunned when they saw this scene. This was an emperor god, the most powerful force in the world. How could it not have any effect? Keep struggling, keep struggling. The skull laughed and pressed forward. It wanted to see Isishue's desperate expression. Soon, Isishue's dark matter wrapped around Isishue's body and fixed her in place. As soon as she was fixed in place, the dark matter began to corrode her body. Her body slowly turned black. At this rate, Isishue would soon be completely devoured. Shua! Sure Shuian was shocked. As a mother, she quickly flew over to help. Even though her cultivation level was not high enough, she subconsciously rushed over to protect her child. Mother, don't come over. You can't deal with him. Isishue shouted hurriedly, signaling to Sure Shuian not to come over. Sure Shuian did not listen. Not only her, but the others also flew over to help. Haha, a bunch of ants. I will devour as many as you come. The skull laughed. It felt that these ants were really ridiculous. They were obviously not a match for it, but they still rushed over. But first, devour this guy to replenish some energy. Then it increased its strength. Isishue's face turned pale. She was about to be devoured. Father, I am afraid I will never see you again. Isishue's eyes gradually became empty. She felt her life force rapidly draining away. Chapter 2003. A ray of hope instantly filled Isishue's eyes. She seemed to see her father's figure in the light. Then a figure broke through the giant skeleton. Everything turned into nothingness and disappeared in the air. Then Isishue fell into a warm embrace. When she took a closer look, she found it was her father who had saved her. Father. Isishue turned pale. She looked at Tianyin in disbelief. She had thought she would never see her father again. My child, it's all right. I'm back. Tianyin grabbed her arm. Then a gust of energy gushed into her. Isishue's condition recovered instantly. She even recovered to her peak state. At that moment, Sure Shuian flew over. She looked at him in a daze. Soon her eyes turned red. You're willing to come back? Sure Shuian bit her lip. She was still a strong girl. However, she couldn't be strong in front of Tianyin. I'm sorry. I'm late. Tianyin put down his daughter and went up to Sure Shuian. Sure Shuian was still beautiful, but she looked very haggard. She had been disturbed by those things over the years. How could she not look haggard? At that moment, the dark matter next to them gathered and turned into a giant skeleton again. What's going on? How could such a strong power come here? The giant skeleton looked at Tianyin in shock. It looked him up and down, but it couldn't see through Tianyun's cultivation level. Tianyin flicked his finger. He said calmly, disappear. I'll eliminate your roots. Just wait and see. As he flicked his finger, a beam of light shot out. At the same time, the five-colored Emperor Dragon's shadow rose behind him and engulfed the whole mortal realm quickly. The giant dragon's shadow could engulf the whole mortal realm easily. The mortal realm seemed large, but it was still much smaller than the ancestral lands. Therefore, his power could easily engulf the whole mortal realm. He could even engulf 100 mortal realms, let alone one mortal realm. He was now a star venerable, not a star apostle. What kind of power is this? The skeleton let out a blood-curdling shriek and completely disappeared from this world. The dark matter in every corner of the lower realm rapidly disappeared, leaving not a single trace behind. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. All of the dark matter was destroyed effortlessly. The Fekta Protectorate ruler and the others were dumbfounded by this terrifying power. In their opinion, even if Tianyin had broken through to become a god emperor, his breakthrough should have been limited over the years. Why was there such a huge gap between them? She was much stronger than Isishue, and they weren't even on the same level. In the blink of an eye, the dark matter that trapped them was easily destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Just this point alone was enough to scare them. All right, now that all the distractions have been removed, we can have a proper gathering. Holding Sher Shuyun's little hand, Tianyin said with a smile, "Let's have a proper gathering as a family. And I also want to apologize to you." "You don't need to apologize. It's enough that you came back." Sher Shuyun's eyes were red. "And tell us what you did outside during this time." "Well, I will explain the situation to you all." Tianyin turned his head and looked at the familiar faces. His heart was filled with emotion. Although it hadn't been a long time since he went up, several hundred years had passed. It seemed like a short period of time, but in fact a long time had passed. "I'm back." Tianyin looked at them and said with a smile, "Thank you for protecting the three realms all these years." "No, it's you. In the end, it was you who protected the three realms. Our power wasn't enough to protect the three realms. It was our negligence." Their eyes were also red. They were very touched that Tianyin could come back. Every time at a critical moment, it was Tianyin who came back to save them. This made them feel very ashamed. "You can't say that. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid this place would have been occupied by this dark matter." Tianyin smiled. "Come, let's go back first and have a good gathering. At the same time, I have something to discuss with you. Of course, before that, I want to let you see some familiar faces." Tianyin reached out and gestured for Deng Feng and the drug god to come down. Soon, Deng Feng and the drug god appeared in front of them. They didn't feel anything when they saw Deng Feng, but when the people of the Divine Medicine Temple saw the drug god, they were dumbfounded. Ancestor, ancestor, they were all stunned, wondering if they were seeing things. Ever since they were deceived last time, they all thought that their ancestor was dead or had really disappeared from this world. They didn't expect to see them again. They were all stunned. "Are you the descendants of the Divine Medicine Temple? Not bad." The drug god didn't know what to say. He hadn't been back for a long time, and his heart was also very complicated. As for Deng Feng, he was also touched. He saw the Heaven Creator clan at a glance. The Heaven Creator clan was his descendants, and seeing so many of his descendants, he was also very touched. All that was left was to have a good gathering. They all went down to celebrate. It was not only to celebrate the return of Tianyin, but also to celebrate the safety of the Chaos Realm. Soon, they went down to hold a feast. It could be said that it was a worldwide celebration. Everyone, regardless of race or region, celebrated together. While celebrating, Tianyin told Sher Shuyun and the others the details of what had happened. After learning about it, they were all scared out of their wits. They all thought that star apostles were the most powerful, but they didn't expect that they were only the weakest. Not only that, but there were also many other terrifying things. After learning about it, they were worried, but also surprised by Tianyin's strength. "Father, are you invincible now?" Sishua had admired her father since she was a child, so she was definitely overjoyed to hear that her father was so strong. "Invincible?" Tianyin shook his head and said, "I'm not invincible, just a little powerful, but don't be arrogant. No matter what, don't be arrogant, understand?" "I understand." Sishua nodded. Even if she has Tianyin's halo, she's not arrogant. She's always working hard. As they continued to talk, a pleasant voice suddenly sounded in Tianyin's ear. "Successfully completed the main mission. Unify the entire Chaos Realm. Reward, system evolution." "Huh? Completed?" Tianyin was stunned by the news. He had just returned. How could it be completed? Now that he thought about it carefully, he had dealt with all the potential problems. Furthermore, his powerful strength had intimidated everyone. Chapter 2004. Tianyin had thought that he was going to unify the worlds and conquer them one by one before subduing them. Now it was much easier. They had probably seen how strong Tianyin was, so they had obediently obeyed him. The dark matter, which was difficult for them to deal with, had already killed their companions or subordinates, but Tianyin had easily destroyed it with a snap of his fingers. How could they not submit to such a powerful force? Disobeying him would only lead to death. Moreover, they had resisted the dark matter together over the years, and they had developed a deep bond. Tianyin was their ruler, and he was strong now. Naturally, they would submit immediately. As soon as the process was completed, a notification popped up. System complete evolution. This was something he had been longing for, and now it was finally going to be accomplished. Ding! System evolution activated. Ding! 10 million star energy points will be deducted. Will you deduct? 10 million star energy points will be deducted. Fortunately, I killed a star venerable, so this doesn't apply. Tianyun's eyes flashed, and he immediately issued an order. Deductions allowed. Ding! 10 million star energy points deducted. System evolution commencing. Ding! System shop evolution commencing. Ding! System set shop evolution commencing. Ding! System fusion mode commencing. The system had truly started its comprehensive plan. It could now bring everything that it had been unable to bring with it. However, there were some skills that had yet to be evolved. Unless Tianyin spent his own star energy on them, they would not be suitable for him to use. Soon, the system's evolution was complete. It upgraded everything that needed to be upgraded, and some that could not be upgraded would require him to spend his star energy on them. For example, skills like star tattooists would require him to spend his star energy on them. However, he could at least spend his star energy, which was better than being unable to do anything before and only being able to watch. If Tianyin really wanted to upgrade them, it was not that there was no way, but he would have to slowly comprehend them himself. However, he did not have that much time. The most important thing was to quickly take over this world. Thus, he had been rushing forward without stopping, and he had no time to cultivate his star tattooist skills. It was different now. As long as he had star energy, everything could be upgraded. Very well, then upgrade the lucky halo for me. Ding! 500,000 star energy points have been deducted. Lucky aura has been upgraded to rank 1. Luck has increased by 10 times. It consumes 1 star energy point per second. The luck aura was of utmost importance. If he wanted more good items to drop, he needed to have a higher luck. His luck points did not seem to have any effect on this. He could only rely on the lucky aura. Let me take a look at what's in the set shop. Tianyin was still very excited. He wasn't too interested in the equipment on the list. Set equipment was the way to go. At a glance, he could see that there were already new sets of equipment. There were no extras. Starlight War God set, star sector level. When equipped, increases defense by 50 times, strength by 15 times, and increases light attribute damage. At the same time, it can also increase star power levels. Different star power levels have different effects. At the same time, he also had the War God's Fury, which could instantly increase his strength by 30 times and nullify the damage of his opponent's attacks. Not bad. Tianyun's eyes lit up. This thing was not bad. The increase in stats was quite shocking, especially since it could increase star power levels. If he equipped it, he would be able to crush the equipment of countless powerhouses. He then looked at the store. The items in the store had not changed. It was similar to the previous model, which was to display items that he had owned before. There would not be any items that he did not have. This was the same old model. There were no changes. Lucky draw system. Tianyin realized that the lucky draw system was gone. It was still there before, but in its place was a system to increase kill points and good points. When these 2 points reached a certain level, there would be a corresponding item. No matter which one it was, it could be increased. Tianyin glanced at it. After reaching 1,000 points, he could exchange for an item. There were several lists on it: Bloodline, Divine Skill, Divine Medicine, and Special Item. He had been seeing this list along the way, and he could only choose one of them. Since he had just obtained it, the value was still 0. Thus, he could not try what he could exchange for after reaching that level. This is the good and evil exchange system. It's quite interesting. Yi Tianyin took a closer look. In fact, the so-called good and evil could be categorized as good. Kill points could not be obtained by killing random people. Instead, they could only be increased by killing some big demons or getting rid of evil. There was no need to talk about good deeds, as they could be obtained by directly helping others. After looking at this, he looked at the other things. Generally speaking, those that should have been upgraded had already been upgraded. As for the rest, it would depend on his needs, and then he would raise it. If he kept smashing one of them, it would probably not be enough. Just like before, he would upgrade it when he needed it. That would be the most efficient. For example, if he wanted to break a certain star pattern, he would have to upgrade his Star Rune Master level. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing if he wanted to refine pills but did not have enough star energy to upgrade. Father, what are you smiling about? Yi Sishue and the others looked at Yi Tianyin in confusion. From the beginning, Yi Tianyin had been smiling, and his expression changed a lot. They didn't know what he was thinking. Yi Sishue finally couldn't help but ask. She didn't know what Yi Tianyin was so happy about. Cough, 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 it's nothing. I just feel happy thinking about something. Yi Tianyin raised his glass and smiled. Here, I propose a toast to everyone. Once again, thank you for protecting this place. Without your protection, I'm afraid this place would have fallen a long time ago. Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, you are too kind. One by one, they raised their glasses one after another. They felt a little ashamed of what Yi Tianyin said. They really can't afford it. This is not an exaggeration. It seems that you couldn't resist. But without you, this place would have fallen soon. In the future, when I am not here, I still need you to protect every inch of this land and not let any foreign enemies invade. Yi Tianyin looked at them and said in a deep voice, the level of cultivation is not the point. The most important thing is that you have the heart to protect. Here, I propose a toast to everyone. Thank you. At a glance, they were all very important people. For example, Jiu Lingyun, Yi Wei, and Yi Qingxian. They were all very important women around him. Over the years, they have been in charge of the overall situation. Chapter 2005. After the banquet ended, things were not completely over. What Yi Tianyin needed to do was to investigate the origin of this dark matter. Obviously, it would not have come for no reason. There had to be some secret plan. Even if it was just passing by and saw a force, it would be swallowed up. This was their business. What Yi Tianyin needed to do was very simple, and that was to destroy them all as the price for their invasion. Yi Tianyin had always had an attitude of not offending others if the enemy did not offend him. Now that they had forced his force to such an extent, if he had not returned in time, it would really have been destroyed. When he returned and found that everything had been swallowed up, it would really be too late for regrets. But before that, Yi Tianyin first transferred them to the ancestral land. It was not safe here, but at least it was much safer up there. After all, he still had many subordinates up there. Soon he transferred Shuyun and the others up there and arranged for them to cultivate in an area. In a completely new environment, without too many restrictions, they all easily broke through to the Star Apostle level. According to the rules of the lower world, they could only have one Star Apostle, and they could only continue to break through after the Star Apostle left. There were no restrictions on the ancestral land, and they could break through at will, so they could easily break through. In addition, they had the resources provided by Yi Tianyin, so they improved in batches all at once. First, Shuyun and Yi Tianyin's disciples all broke through to the Star Apostle level. The rest were Yi Qingxian and the others who were close to Yi Tianyin, who also caught up and successfully broke through to the Star Apostle level. Originally, breaking through to the Star Apostle level was a very happy thing. But after understanding the situation here, the original excitement quickly turned into calmness. After all, there were many Star Apostles here, and they could not be happy for too long even if they succeeded in breaking through. At most, they would be a little excited, but there was nothing to be excited about. The rest of the arrangements were left to Han Long and the others to make. Now that Shi Shuiyun and the others could not be in power, they had to improve their cultivation level first. Without cultivation level, they basically had no right to speak, so it was better to settle here first. For example, after his cultivation had stabilized, he would check the grade of his star aspect. Everything had to be in place. All of this required a lot of time. After settling everything down, Yi Tianyin returned to the lower realm. When he returned to the lower realms again, this place was already completely empty. There were no cultivators left. All of them moved away by him. This place will eventually have to be abandoned. Yi Tianyin shook his head and lamented. In fact, the worlds here could be moved away, but he didn't. After all, the resources here were not good enough for him, so he could only choose to give it up. If the old does not go, the new will not come. Any random item in the upper realm was much better than the ones here, so there was no point in keeping it. After that, his gaze shifted to the broken space. This was the tunnel that the dark matter had entered through. No one knew where it led to, but he knew that this was definitely the source of the dark matter. Since you dare to offend me, I'll kill all of you. With a leap, Yi Tianyin entered the tunnel. After traveling a certain distance, he quickly arrived at another area. This area was also shrouded by the black energy matter, almost covering the entire area. Only a small part of the area resisted the invasion of the black energy matter. This was similar to the situation in the chaotic realm, where everyone was bitterly resisting. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the cultivators in that area were all at a cultivation level lower than that of a star apostle. It seemed that the area he had entered was actually another small world in the lower realm. It's you! The black matter quickly condensed into a huge skeleton. The one that Yi Tianyin had killed earlier was just one of its clones, so he couldn't be considered to have destroyed the skeleton. That's right, it's me. Then go to hell. Yi Tianyin stretched out his hand and flicked his finger. The phantom of the five-colored emperor dragon soared into the sky. A terrifying energy light was released, and all the black matter was easily melted. Bastard! The skeleton shouted, but in the end it was still melted by the light. After the black matter disappeared, the cultivators who had been resisting were stunned. It had suddenly disappeared. At this moment, when they looked up and saw Yi Tianyin, they immediately knew that Yi Tianyin had helped to clean up. Thank you for saving our lives, sir. One by one they knelt down and were extremely grateful to Yi Tianyin. Yi Tianyin lowered his head and glanced at them. He ignored them and quickly disappeared into the tunnel, heading for another area. He wanted to search all the way until he found the original body of the skeleton. He was just a passerby. The rest of the matter would depend on them to pull themselves together. Interesting, this counts as doing good. Yi Tianyin saw that his good deeds had increased by 10 points. Although he didn't know how to calculate it, saving them was worth 10 points, which was not bad. As for kill points, he didn't gain any. This skeleton was probably a clone. Even if he killed it, it wouldn't increase his kill points at all. If it could keep increasing, he would have profited. However, this was impossible. Shortly after, he quickly traveled to another world. This place was also enveloped by the black matter. As soon as he appeared, the skeleton seemed to have sensed him. It immediately appeared and said sternly, "You are too much. This world has nothing to do with you. Why did you interfere? I said it before. If I don't destroy you, it will be difficult to extinguish the anger in my heart. You dared to invade my territory. I will find your original body." Yi Tianyin said coldly. "Wait, I know it's wrong. However, I didn't know that it was your world. How about this, you name a price? As long as I can afford it, I will compensate you. I hope that after the compensation, you won't pursue my responsibility." The black skeleton started to compromise. He didn't want his energy to be continuously destroyed. "The compensation I want is your life. Tianyin waved his hand again. A ray of light shrouded the area, and the matter in this world was cleaned up again. His actions were seen by the other cultivators again. They saw him as a benefactor. At this time, his good deeds increased by 10 points. This number was a little low, but it accumulated. Following that, Tianyin traveled to other worlds. After continuously destroying the black matter in several worlds, he confirmed that this skeleton was targeting the lower realm. It wanted to devour all these lower realm worlds. Chapter 2006. After Tianyin destroyed the black matter in more than a dozen worlds, when he traveled to another world, he found that the feeling was completely different. He came to an area completely filled with black energy matter. In this area, the feeling was different. It was as if he had come to the ancestral land. It felt like he had returned to the upper realm, but he did not really come to the upper realm. Instead, he entered a small space in the upper realm. In this small world, he used this passage to devour the small worlds below bit by bit. "I've finally found you." Tianyin's eyes turned cold. Soon, he found the skeleton's main body in this world. It was the evil spirit race's Grandmaster Xing. However, this evil spirit race's appearance was much better than before. It was basically not much different from a normal cultivator. Of course, appearance was not the key. No matter how he changed, the evil spirit race's disgusting aura did not change at all. In this area, there were basically all kinds of races, including the evil spirit race. In this area, the evil spirit race was relatively well behaved, so it did not cause too many problems. If Tianyin really saw the evil spirit race, he would have to destroy them. He did not know how long it would take to completely destroy them. With his strength alone, it would be very difficult to destroy them all. Therefore, he only needed to destroy some of the evil spirit race that offended him. The Grandmaster Xing in front of him was one of them. When Qi Yuan saw that Tianyin found his location so quickly, he was so scared that he quickly withdrew from the Great Formation. After the Great Formation disappeared, the passage closed. The passages in the various lower realms also quickly closed. Some of the worlds still had his energy, but they were forcibly cut off by him and disappeared without a trace. Tianyin searched so many areas to find the Qi Yuan's main body, not to destroy them all the way. As long as he found the main body, the other small worlds could be saved. Sure enough, Qi Yuan was so scared that he closed the passage and retracted his energy. Thus, he saved the other small worlds, allowing him to obtain hundreds of good deeds in one go. This meant that there were at least a dozen more worlds that Qi Yuan was still devouring. This fellow's appetite was quite big, wanting to devour dozens of lower realm small worlds. "How dare you ruin my plan? Do you know what this plan represents?" Qi Yuan was furious. From his point of view, Tianyin's cultivation was at most at the level of Grandmaster Xing. The power that Tianyin had displayed was indeed at the level of a Grandmaster Xing. As long as it was at the level of a Grandmaster Xing, it would be easy to get rid of all the black energy substances. In fact, if it was any lower, it could be easily cleared. Qi Yuan's cultivation wasn't high to begin with, so the energy that he extended out naturally wouldn't be that strong. If Tianyin had shown his strength, Scarlet Origin would have run away long ago instead of staying here. He was undoubtedly waiting for Tianyin to find him so that he could destroy Tianyin. "Oh, what is the meaning behind this plan?" Tianyin looked at him with interest with his hands on his arms. He really wanted to know what Qi Yuan was thinking. There was no point in using a Grandmaster Xing's cultivation to deal with the lower realm. Whether it was the resources or the energy contained, it really couldn't compare to cultivating here for a few more hours. If he was a star apostle, perhaps the lower realms things would be of some help to him. However, he was currently at the level of a Grandmaster Xing, so there was no effect at all. Absorbing it was like eating a mosquito. No matter how small the mosquito was, it was still meat. How much would he have to eat to be full? "You don't need to know this. Since you're here, I'll swallow you first." Qi Yuan was furious. You wasted so much of my time. If I don't swallow you, I won't be able to vent my anger. Qi Yuan flew towards Yi Tianyin and opened his hands to grab him. 12 arms quickly emerged from his back, which was indeed the standard of the evil spirit race. Yi Tianyin's expression was indifferent. He reached out and grabbed the void. A powerful force tore through the void and dragged Qi Yuan to him, fixing him in the air. Swallow me? How? Yi Tianyin controlled Qi Yuan with one hand, making him unable to move. Qi Yuan's eyes bulged. He was shocked by Yi Tianyin's strength. He thought that Yi Tianyin's cultivation was at most at the level of a Grandmaster Xing, but it seemed that this was not the case at all. Your cultivation is Star Lord? Qi Yuan was shocked. As a Star Lord, it could be said that he could cover the sky with one hand. He, who was originally arrogant, immediately became terrified. Tell me, what's the plan? Yi Tianyin looked at him indifferently. So what if you're a Star Lord? I won't tell you. Qi Yuan stiffened his neck and refused to say it. It's okay. If you don't say it, I'll search your soul by force. I'll search as much as I can. Yi Tianyin did not waste any more time. He grabbed his head and began to search his soul. A powerful force surged into his brain and forcibly searched his soul and memories. Qi Yuan shook his body and wanted to struggle. However, no matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. The memories quickly surged into Yi Tianyin's brain and were quickly sucked out. Most of the memories could not be sucked out and were stuck inside. This was something that couldn't be helped. Memories weren't something that could be easily extracted unless one had a special skill or was locked up and tortured to extract the memories bit by bit. Yi Tianyin did not have that much patience. It was enough to extract part of the memories. He did not need so much for the rest. Bang! Yi Tianyin threw Qi Yuan's body, and Qi Yuan's body exploded into a blood mist. Since he could not find any memories, there was no point in keeping it. I don't have many memories, but I still know a lot of information. Yi Tianyin raised his head slightly, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The memories he found from Qi Yuan's brain were very simple. Qi Yuan's reason for doing so was to control the worlds in the mortal world and slowly train star disciples to come to the celestial terminus ancestral land through the teleportation array. Yes, the small worlds that Yi Tianyin saved were actually under his territory. In fact, the celestial terminus ancestral land was the only one in this area. The other ancestral lands did not want to do such a thing. The celestial terminus ancestral land was very popular now, and it had long been renamed the Tianyin Ancestral Land. For this reason, the evil spirit race wanted to plant their own people in the Tianyin Ancestral Land. If there was any selfish motive, it would be to get close to the Tianyin Ancestral Land, which was Yi Tianyin's force. It was that simple. However, such a simple move had provoked Yi Tianyin and almost destroyed his force in the mortal world. Chapter 2007. Through a simple search of his memory, Yi Tianyin had a basic grasp of the general situation, but he did not know the exact details. However, he knew the general situation, and that was about it. You want to come up through the lower realms so that you can rely on my power? How naive of you, Yi Tianyin sneered, his eyes filled with killing intent. Even if the evil spirit race really came up through the lower realms, he would not use it either. The memory of being invaded by the evil spirit race was still fresh in his mind. How could he use the evil spirit race? At that time, he would probably be kind and expel the evil spirit race, but he wouldn't exterminate them. It was different now. After knowing the details, he felt even more hatred towards the evil spirit race. Looks like I should make a trip to the evil spirit race now. I originally didn't want to cause trouble for the evil spirit race here, but now they're forcing me to take action. Yi Tianyin coldly snorted. The world was different, and the hatred was naturally different. This was like being chased by cultivators. It was impossible to think that all cultivators were enemies, right? However, his opinion had changed a little now. The evil spirit race was truly disgusting. In order to achieve their goals, they would do anything. From the looks of it, they wanted to occupy all the lower realms and continue to send star disciples to him so that they could take root in the heavenly cloud ancestral land. He immediately searched the area where the evil spirit clan was located. There were corresponding memories in Qi Yuan's memories. As a star venerable, he was able to cross a large area easily. Soon, he reached the ancestral land of the evil spirits. The evil spirit race had a star venerate. Naturally, their ancestral land was called the evil spirit ancestral land. Although they had star lords, Yi Tianyin was a star venerable, so they naturally wanted to get close to him. Star venerables were much stronger than star lords. Unfortunately, they had chosen the wrong person, and it was a big mistake. They originally had a chance to befriend Yi Tianyin, but now they didn't have a chance at all. No matter how they thought about it, they would never have imagined that Yi Tianyin was from the lower realm. In other words, none of the cultivators would have thought that Yi Tianyin had ascended from the lower realm. How could such a trashy place like the lower realm be able to nurture such a powerful expert? Those resources were probably not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. In the evil spirit ancestral land, many evil spirit clans were discussing the heavenly cloud ancestral land. My lord, Scarlet Origin, has devoured quite a few lower realm powers. If this continues, all the powers will be replaced by ours. When the time comes, we'll be able to continuously send our subordinates up to the heavenly cloud ancestral land and improve our status. The evil spirit clan's elder said with a sinister smile. It said that the star venerables of the heavenly clouds ancestral land are very fair. They will reward those who have made great contributions. Now, we'll surely have a good relationship with the heavenly clouds ancestral land. That's right. This heavenly cloud star venerable definitely didn't expect us to use the situation in the lower realms to send our disciples up. By the time he finds out, we'll have made a lot of contributions to the heavenly cloud ancestral land, and he won't be able to say anything. Star venerable, but the evil spirit star monarch will definitely break through to the star venerable realm in the future. They were discussing various major plans. Among them, the evil spirit star lord, who was sitting at the top, did not say a word. He propped up his chin and watched his subordinates discuss. Idiot! Star monarch evil spirit sneered and said, Do you think I arranged for Qi Yuan to seize the lower realm's forces to help star monarch Skycloud? Isn't it? The evil spirit star lord, didn't you give this order to help star monarch Skycloud? They were all dumbfounded. After talking for a long time, it seemed that not only had they missed the point, but they had even flattered the wrong person. How is it possible? Star monarch evil spirit looked at them as if he were looking at a group of fools. Star monarch Skycloud is powerful, yes, but there are many people more powerful than him. It was that lord who gave the order. That lord! Their faces suddenly changed, and they said in a trembling voice, Why did that lord give the order? This is not something you can know. You only need to know one thing, which is to quickly take root in the heavenly clouds ancestral land and grasp all the information about the heavenly clouds ancestral land. Also, at all costs, keep improving your status and climbing higher. Star monarch evil spirit said coldly, Do you understand this? Understood, understood. They nodded quickly and did not dare to continue asking, for fear that they would be killed if they asked a few more questions. Understood. Hurry up and think of a way to make friends with the heavenly clouds ancestral land in all aspects, and use all forces to infiltrate it and see if you can get a higher position. Star monarch evil spirit had a look of exasperation on his face as he signaled them to hurry up and leave. Yes, Lord. They nodded quickly and immediately got up to think of a way. They were much more diligent than usual, afraid that they would be even half a beat slower. When they were about to go out, a ghostly voice came from the side. They don't dare to ask too much, but I want to know. After the voice came, a figure appeared next to them. Star monarch evil spirit's pupil shrank, and he quickly stood up from the chair and said in shock, Star monarch Skycloud, How could Star Monarch Evil Spirit not have seen Yi Tianyin? He had watched the battle between Yi Tianyin and the Jade God Ancestral Land. Among the offerings to the Ancestral Land later, he had a share. The reason why Qi Yuan hadn't seen it was because he happened to be busy that day, so he couldn't see the shocking battle. The other elders were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that just after they finished discussing Yi Tianyin would appear at the door. Could it be that Yi Tianyin had heard everything before? Listening to Yi Tianyin's words, they were sure that Yi Tianyin had heard everything from the beginning to the end. Star Monarch Skycloud. This is the Lord's order. It has nothing to do with me. Star Monarch Evil Spirit's heart turned cold. He didn't think that he could deal with a Star Monarch, especially after seeing the battle in the Jade God Ancestral Land. He didn't have the slightest intention to fight. No matter what methods or plots he used, they all seemed so pale and powerless in the face of Yi Tianyin's terrifying power. Therefore, he immediately threw the blame to Yi Tianyin without holding anything back. He wanted to die. "Who is that lord?" Yi Tianyin asked. "The Star Origin Lord next to our burning, desolate territory." Star Monarch Evil Spirit immediately poured out all the information. "Star Origin Lord." Yi Tianyin's eyes narrowed. Of course, he knew what was going on. The large area they were in had a collective name, which was the burning, desolate territory. It was equivalent to a region where many forces gathered together. The Star Origin territory was on the side, and it was basically similar to the burning, desolate territory. There were many ancestral land forces and many family forces. The difference was that the Star Origin territory had a master, and they were collectively known as the Star Origin Lord. The Star Origin Lord was in charge of all the ancestral lands and forces in the Star Origin territory. Chapter 2008. Yi Tianyin had thought that the information he had learned from Qi Yuan was basically all the information he had, which meant that he knew all the thoughts of the evil spirit Star Lord. But it seemed that he had been too naive. This was just the tip of the iceberg. The Master of Star Origin was behind him. The Master of Star Origin was an extremely powerful being. He was the master of a realm. The power he controlled was much stronger than that of the Jade God's Ancestral Land. Even the Jade God's Ancestral Land couldn't control a realm completely, but the Master of Star Origin had done it. He had truly controlled a realm of Star Origin. It was the Master of Star Origin who had tried every means to invade his faction. This was something Yi Tianyin hadn't expected. He had thought that this matter would be simple, but it seemed that it wasn't simple at all. Why did he arrange for someone to stay here? Yi Tianyin stared at the evil spirit Star Lord and spoke in a deep voice. "Sir, I really don't know. The Master of Star Origin just asked me to arrange it." He didn't say anything else. The evil spirit Star Lord's back was drenched in a cold sweat. He was afraid that Yi Tianyin would slap him. "Oh, he didn't say anything, and you did it?" Yi Tianyin looked at him and spoke calmly. "Not to mention the Master of Star Origin. Even if you asked me to do it, I would do it immediately. It's the Master of Star Origin. I can't go against him." The evil spirit Star Lord smiled bitterly. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to provoke either side. There were Star Venerables on either side. Even though the Master of Star Origin was stronger than Yi Tianyin could deal with him at the moment. So he could only compromise. "Is that so? Then come over here. Let me search your soul." Yi Tianyin extended his hand and grabbed the evil spirit Star Venerable's power. The dreadful power didn't give the evil spirit Star Lord any chance to resist. He was grabbed by Yi Tianyin. The raging power flowed into the evil spirit Star Lord's head and searched his memories. The elders at the side were all dumbfounded. Once again, they felt Yi Tianyin's terrifying strength. Their master didn't even have the chance to resist and was just waiting to be slaughtered. They could only stand to the side and watch in a daze. How could they dare to make a move? Even if they did, they would not be able to save the evil spirit Star Lord. Their cultivation was only at the level of Grandmaster Xing, which was much lower than that of a Star Lord. How could they save him? Under the crazy soul search, the memories of the evil spirit Star Monarch kept surging in, allowing Yi Tianyin to understand the whole situation. Star Monarch, evil spirit, wasn't lying. The Master of Star Origin had told him to do this, but he didn't say a word about why. Humph. Yi Tianyin threw the evil spirit Star Monarch to the side and did not continue to search his memories. The rest were basically some disgusting memories, which he was not interested in. Star Lord Evil Spirit sat paralyzed on the ground, but he quickly got up and said with a fawning expression, "My lord, how is it? Is your memory correct?" The Master of Star Origin really didn't say anything and just told me to do this. If you want to know why, you can only ask the Master of Star Origin. This was the benefit of strength. Star Lord Evil Spirit had been slapped, but he still had to show a fawning smile. In fact, he was extremely disgusted, and he was even more furious at Yi Tianyin. However, he had no choice. Who asked him to be so much weaker? "Don't worry, I will ask properly." Yi Tianyin looked at him with a sharp gaze and sneered. "But before that, I will first settle some accounts with your evil spirit ancestral land. For example, eradicating your evil spirit ancestral land." "My lord, what are you trying to do? I have said everything and did not hide anything. Although I am in the wrong, it is not to the extent of eradicating our evil spirit ancestral land, right?" Star Lord Evil Spirit was angry. He had confessed everything, and even his soul memory had been searched. He basically had no privacy, and he was even destroyed. This was too overbearing. Under normal circumstances, you really don't deserve to die, but you almost destroyed my hometown. Yi Tianyin looked at him calmly. "Destroyed your hometown?" Star Lord Evil Spirit frowned. "This is impossible. How could we destroy your hometown? Your hometown is in the Heavenly Cloud Ancestral Land. You must have misunderstood something. It seems you still don't understand. Let me give you a hint. The lower realm, Red Origin," Yi Tianyin said calmly. If Star Lord Evil Spirit still didn't understand, he would be a fool. He opened his eyes wide and said, Your hometown is the lower realm, the lower realm. Boom! A Star Venerable's power soared into the sky and erupted in the surroundings. A giant 5-colored Emperor Dragon's shadow stomped down crazily, destroying the surroundings with the Divine Palace as the center. Star Lord Evil Spirit and the others were turned into ashes. They didn't even have a chance to speak before they were killed by Yi Tianyin. At least before they died, they didn't know why they had provoked Yi Tianyin. It turned out that it was a very stupid plan they had set up, but they didn't have a chance to regret because they had already been killed by Yi Tianyin and sent to hell. Boom, boom, boom. Then the evil spirit ancestral land was destroyed. The surrounding forces didn't know why Yi Tianyin would destroy an ancestral land. For a time, many forces were puzzled. How could an ancestral land be destroyed without any reason? They had all been working for Yi Tianyin. Destroying an ancestral land would mean losing a powerful force. It was fine if he destroyed a family, but didn't even have a Star Lord, so it was not worth much. But now, what Yi Tianyin destroyed was an ancestral land, so the significance was different. But no one dared to ask about it. They just felt that Yi Tianyin was extremely overbearing, and he would destroy the enemy's ancestral land if they didn't agree with him. This made them even more careful, worried that Yi Tianyin would come to their faction one day. After destroying the evil spirit ancestral land, Yi Tianyin stood in the ruins and looked up to the front. He said indifferently, "Star Origin Master, I don't know what you are thinking, but with such an arrangement, it probably won't be any better. I hope you don't provoke me. Otherwise, even the Star Origin domain will be flattened." The Star Origin domain was very strong, and so was the Star Origin Master. However, Shaoqin wasn't worried. No matter who came to invade him, he would kill them all the same. After the evil spirit ancestral land was destroyed, the news quickly reached the Star Origin Master's ears. The Star Origin Master just sat on a chair and looked at the sky outside. After listening to the message from his subordinate behind him, he smiled and said, "That evil spirit ancestral land is really bad. They did a poor job of keeping it a secret. I believe they know that I arranged it. Lord Star Origin, why don't we send a few experts to capture him?" The subordinate, standing at the side, said respectfully, Chapter 2009. After dealing with the evil spirits ancestral land, Itianyan returned to the heavenly cloud ancestral land. When he returned, someone immediately came to ask him why he had destroyed the evil spirits ancestral land. Those who came to ask him were the leaders of other ancestral lands, or the leaders of some families. They all wanted to know why Itianyan had done that. Itianyan's answer was very rude. He just said, "I don't like it," and went back to his own business. His words scared them. They would be destroyed because they didn't like it? Would it be their turn to dislike them one day? Originally, they wanted to inquire about the reason behind Itianyan's actions, but they didn't expect to hear such a shocking news. Itianyan didn't bother to explain too much to them. He just said a simple sentence, what they thought was their own business. After returning to the heavenly cloud ancestral land, Itianyan started to strengthen and reorganize. For example, the cultivation of Shuiyun and the others needed to be improved urgently. If they wanted more power, they needed more power. Therefore, he wanted to give them a comprehensive upgrade so that they could improve their cultivation. This method was very crude and simple. He just needed to pour star energy into them and improve their cultivation directly. This method had been used before, and it could improve their cultivation greatly in a short time. In fact, even if he didn't have this ability, it wouldn't be a problem for him to improve a star disciple by 1 or 2 levels with his power as a star venerable. Once they reached the star venerable level, they could control more power. It wouldn't be a problem for them to speed up their breakthrough. On his way back, he learned about the situation of awakening the star Dharma idol. Shuiyun and Yi Shua had awakened star Dharma idols of the 5th level. Yi Qingxian and the others had awakened star Dharma idols of the 4th level. Most of the people who had awakened star Dharma idols were at the 3rd or 4th level, which was a good level. As for the 6th level, there wasn't a single one of them. The difficulty of reaching the 6th level was simply too high. Not everyone could achieve it. Then he helped them improve their cultivation. It wasn't much, but he helped them reach the late stage of the star disciple level. Breaking through to the star master level would depend on their own efforts. If he helped them improve directly, it would be too much help. It could easily cause their cultivation to get stuck in the later stage. The best way was to skip 1 or 2 levels and just break through the last stage. After improving their cultivation, Itianyan went to do his own things. The others had a lot to do, and so did Itianyan. One of them was to refine the 9-star grass into elixirs. He had thought about this before, but he never had the time. That was why he had the time to find someone to refine pills for him now. What he needed to find now was the Phoenix Fire Palace. Previously, Fairy Fan, you said that there were 2 best pill refiners. One was the Jade God Ancestral Land, and the other was the Phoenix Fire Palace. Among them, the Phoenix Flame Palace's alchemy ability was slightly superior, so he planned to make a trip to the Phoenix Flame Palace. Of course, even if Jade God's Ancestral Land had the best alchemy standards, now that he had trampled over Jade God's Ancestral Land, the so-called star alchemists would naturally be wiped out. They wouldn't be able to practice alchemy even if they wanted to. Initially, Ning Chung wanted to refine pills by himself. However, when he saw that he needed a lot of star energy to advance to a grade 3 celestial alchemist, he temporarily gave up on this idea. Compared to this, he might as well find a better celestial alchemist and pay a small price to help him concoct pills. It would be more cost-effective. He had obtained quite a few treasures now, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to exchange them. Apart from refining pills, he had another reason for heading to the Phoenix Flame Palace. and that was to search for jade soul stones. He had the energy nascent soul to refine his avatar, so the jade soul stone was especially important. As an alchemy divine palace, the Phoenix Flame Palace might have jade soul stones. Of course, even if he didn't, he might be able to inquire about some information from the Phoenix Flame Palace. Phoenix Flame Palace was located in the center of the Star Origin region and the Burning, Desolate region. This region was especially chaotic. No one managed the Burning, Desolate region, but it wasn't too chaotic. As for the region where the Phoenix Flame Palace was located, it was even more chaotic. This region was generally known as the Chaos region, and it was an unmanaged region. Killing and plundering often happened in this region, but the Phoenix Flame Palace was established in this region. It was truly strange. In fact, the Phoenix Flame Palace didn't want to be managed by any force. This was the same reason why the Jade God Ancestral Land couldn't be managed, let alone the Jade God Ancestral Land. Even the Master of Star Origin couldn't manage it. As long as they stayed here, they wouldn't be managed. Even if the other regions changed hands, it wouldn't have anything to do with them. However, if someone really came over to manage it by force, it wouldn't be a problem. It was just that it would be more difficult. After all, if one had a strong cultivation, there was nothing they couldn't manage. However, this would make things extremely difficult. The people in this region were all idlers, and they hated losing their freedom. They would rather die than pledge allegiance to him. Therefore, provoking them would be a very troublesome matter. In other words, it was impossible to recruit them, so no one paid any attention to them. They were left to fend for themselves. They could do whatever they wanted. Soon, Etianyan arrived at the chaotic area. It was obvious that there was a separate area in the chaotic area. This region looked very normal, but on the other side it was a rocky region. It was surrounded by all sorts of messy mineral veins and dilapidated houses. Factions often rose up here, but they were quickly destroyed. Therefore, there were all sorts of dilapidated palaces and the like, which made one's hair stand on end. Etianyan had just entered, and he was immediately targeted. Several Star Masters were pacing around. From the moment Etianyan appeared, they had been staring at him. They wanted to see something from him. "Kid, you look a little unfamiliar. Do you want us to show you around here?" One of the youths stood up and walked over to Etianyan. He said with a smile, "I don't ask for much. I just need to pay a small price to ensure that you can stroll around here safely." Etianyan glanced at them, took out a crystal stone and flicked it forward. He said indifferently, "Take me to the Phoenix Flame Palace. There will be a reward if you bring me to the destination." The youth took the crystal stone and immediately felt it was heavy. After taking a closer look, he said in shock, "This is a chaos crystal stone, and the quality is not bad." The few of them immediately revealed greedy looks. They thought that Etianyan would only give them some ordinary treasures. They didn't expect it to be such a good thing. This made them a little greedy, but they didn't take action. Chapter 2010. Yes, I am going to the Phoenix Flame Palace to ask them to help me refine pills. Is there a problem? Etianyan answered directly without hiding anything. However, going to the Phoenix Flame Palace was either to refine pills or to join the Phoenix Flame Palace. These were the only two choices. No problem. So you're going to refine pills, then follow us. Yan Hong laughed sinisterly and indicated for Etianyan to follow him. Apart from him, there were a few other companions. They surrounded Etianyan and led him inside. After circling a few rounds, there were originally some cultivators in the surroundings, but under their lead, they walked further and further into a remote area. At the end, there was no one around. "You aren't bringing me to the Phoenix Flame Palace, right?" Etianyan naturally saw that there was a problem. If he couldn't see it, then he would really be a fool. Of course we can't bring you to the Phoenix Flame Palace, idiot." Yan Hong laughed loudly and looked at him like he was looking at an idiot. He laughed sinisterly and said, "We will give you a way out." Hand over all the treasures, and we will spare your life. That's right. Hand over all the treasures, and we will spare your life. Don't force us to use force. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. The companions beside him echoed and tried to scare Tianyin so that he would compromise. Tianyin reached out and grabbed Yanhong in his hand. A powerful pressure was released in all directions, causing the companions beside him to kneel down and find it hard to move. Their cultivation was not high. They were only star adept cultivation. Under such a powerful force, it was naturally impossible for them to resist. Such powerful strength. They stared and knew that they had kicked an iron plate. How was this a fledgling? This was a super powerhouse. They couldn't sense how strong his cultivation was, but it was at least at the star adept level. Previously, they judged from his aura and appearance that Tianyin was at most a star adept. They didn't expect his cultivation to be far beyond their imagination. Do you think I'm a fool? When you brought me away, I knew you weren't bringing me to the Phoenix Flame Palace. Tianyin had already seen through it, but he didn't point it out. In any case, the result was the same. Then he threw Yanhong to the side. Yanhong fell heavily to the ground and rolled a few times, causing his head to bleed. Yanhong quickly crawled up from the ground and kowtowed to Tianyin. My lord, please forgive us. We were just being greedy. Now we'll bring my lord to the Phoenix Flame Palace right now. Go. Tianyin couldn't be bothered to argue with them. The more chaotic an area was, the more cultivators there would be. Therefore, if he came alone, he would really be at the mercy of others. Then, Yanhong nodded and bowed as he led Tianyin forward. His face was filled with all sorts of fawning expressions, completely different from before. Under Yanhong's lead, they finally arrived at a crowded area. There was a city in this area, but they were just passing by. While passing by, Tianyin saw many cultivators, and it looked quite chaotic. From time to time, he would see people suddenly fighting on the side. Then they would kill the other party and snatch away the treasures on them. The surrounding cultivators just watched and didn't move at all. It was impossible for them to step forward to help. The reason why it was called the chaotic region was that it was absolutely chaotic. Those who had treasures on them would probably be snatched away in the next second. Those who spent a lot of money to buy something might be immediately snatched away by the shop owner. It was a rather cruel thing. Killing and robbing was very common here. It could be said that it was extremely chaotic, but in such a chaotic region, there were still many people willing to stay here. After all, they were originally ruthless people. In other factions, there were cultivators that weren't well liked. They could only come here and stay. Moreover, they banded together and carried out all sorts of robberies. Of course, the chaotic region also had a lot of resources. The richness of the resources was not much different from other regions. More importantly, it was more dangerous. Where can I find out about treasures? Tianyin suddenly asked. What kind of treasures would you like to know, sir? Yanhong asked. Jade Soul Stone. Tianyin asked directly. Jade Soul Stone. They looked confused. They didn't know what it was and instantly felt a little awkward. Originally, Yanhong wanted to show off. Who knew that Tianyin would say that he didn't know about it at all? Cough, cough. If it's about information, there is still a place to find out. However, you have to pay a high price to get the information. Yanhong answered carefully. Lead the way. Tianyin saw that there were many people of all kinds here. Naturally, he would know more about the circulation of information. All right. Yanhong immediately led Tianyin forward. Yanhong, where did you kidnap this kid from? Are you planning to let him join you? Someone at the side mocked. Bullsh *T. We won't do that. Yanhong immediately retorted. All right, stop pretending. He looks soft and tender. Is he suitable to work with you? I can't be bothered to talk to you. He's not joining us. He's our honored guest. Yanhong's back was drenched in cold sweat. Afraid that Tianyin would be unhappy, he hurriedly led him forward. "Oh, honored guest? Which so-called honored guest hasn't been robbed clean by you guys and then killed? Last time, you even took that woman, TSK. Hey." They teased him in a few words. Yan Hong was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. When he turned to look at Tianyin, he saw that Tianyin was expressionless. Yan Hong heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Tianyin didn't get angry, it was fine. Thinking about it carefully, it had nothing to do with Tianyin. Why would he say anything? "Sir, it's in front." Yan Hong lowered his head and bowed. Before Tianyin entered, he said calmly, "All right, your mission is over." "Then can we go?" Yan Hong asked carefully. "Yes, you can go down." "We can go down." They were stunned. Before they could react, they turned into a cloud of blood mist and exploded in the air. The surrounding cultivators were dumbfounded. They didn't know what happened. Yan Hong and the others died just like that? However, no one stood up for them. If they died, then so be it. They would only discuss how it happened. Tianyin's expression was calm. He lifted his feet and walked inside. Actually, he didn't kill them because he heard that they did something bad. Whatever they did in the past had nothing to do with him. Chapter 2011. Tianyin was not interested in the things that Yan Hong and the others had done when they were alive. However, when Yan Hong and the others were robbing him, they revealed a strong killing intent. Hence, Tianyin could not be blamed. Tianyin looked around. Other than looking surprised, the surrounding cultivators did not stand up for Yan Hong and the others. In particular, the one who had been chatting with Yan Hong did not stand up for them. He just stood there and looked at them as if he was watching a show. So what Yan Hong said was true. This is really a distinguished guest. However, to Yan Hong, this is more like a life-taker. They trembled. Their cultivation levels were similar to Yan Hong's. Yan Hong and his companions had died, just like that. It was impossible for them to stand up for them. Apart from a few words of discussion, they did not do anything else. Some cultivators just glanced over and did not bother to look anymore. It seemed that this kind of thing was quite normal. Tianyin also ignored their gazes. He lifted his feet and walked inside. In front of him was a pavilion. In fact, it was similar to some treasure buildings. They sold all kinds of elixirs and weapons. He had seen this kind of treasure buildings many times in the past. Almost everywhere had such treasure buildings. However, he had not been interested in visiting them before. This kind of treasure building was similar to the roadside shops. Basically, there were many of them in big cities. It was best to inquire about information in this kind of treasure building. Their ability to collect information was quite good. Soon, he arrived at the treasure building. It was no different from an ordinary treasure building. The biggest difference was that as soon as he entered, many eyes were fixed on him. It was as if he was being watched. "Sir, what would you like to order?" A beautiful woman greeted him with a smile. As she walked over, she looked at Tianyin from head to toe. She wanted to find some information from him. "I want to buy information," Tianyin answered directly. "Buy information? Then this way, please." The beautiful attendant was still smiling. She brought him to the inner area and left with a smile on her face. In front of them was an old man with an unfathomable aura. He sat there with his eyes closed, as if he didn't feel anything when Tianyin came over. When Tianyin arrived in front of the old man suddenly opened his eyes and looked at him. "Tell me, what information do you want to know?" Tianyin had seen too many of these kinds of people who pretended to be mysterious. They didn't have any skills, but they did have a knack for acting mysterious. This old man's cultivation was not bad. He was a late-stage star master, which was considered relatively high among the people here. Actually, in this chaotic region, there were relatively few who had reached the level of Great Mastershing. There were practically none who had reached the level of Star Venerate. After all, if one had such a strong cultivation, Most of them would not be willing to stay in this place. With such a strong cultivation base, he could establish a clan outside or join the ancestral land. Jade Soul Stone. I want to know about the Jade Soul Stone. Etianyan asked directly. Jade Soul Stone? The old man was taken aback. After pondering for a moment, he stood up and said, This thing is quite rare. I have to investigate it carefully. However, this information is very rare. I'm afraid the price is rather high. Can you afford it? Oh, how high? Etianyan narrowed his eyes as he looked at the old man. The old man stretched out 3 fingers and said with a smile, I need at least 3-star domain grade treasures. Do you have them? 3-star domain grade treasures and above? Etianyan waved his hand, and 3-star domain grade treasures appeared in front of him. This made the old man's eyes light up. He had not expected Etianyan to really be able to take them out. Star domain grade treasures were rather rare. In a regular clan, they would be the treasure of the clan. In a Star Venerate's case, they would be the standard weapon of a Star Venerate and would be considered precious. Of course, to Etianyan, they were nothing special. He had killed many Star Venerates and obtained many Star domain grade weapons. However, Xiao Chen was not interested at all. To him, the grade of the weapons was too low. They were not even as effective as his fists. Sometimes it was better to use fists than weapons. If he used a weapon, he would not be able to bring out his full strength. I wonder if this is enough? Etianyan asked calmly. Wait a moment. I have to go back and confirm it. The old man quickly nodded. His eyes were filled with greed. After glaring fiercely at the 3 treasures, he turned around and entered the room. A moment later, the old man came out. I've found the detailed information. It's just that the price is 4-star domain level treasures, not 3. Sure, Etianyan answered straightforwardly. The greed in the old man's eyes intensified. He had not expected Etianyan to answer so straightforwardly. The Jade Soul Stone is in this direction. However, it is rather dangerous. If we are not careful, we might die inside. The old man took out a recording disc. There was a large map inside, and he marked out a location. This location was indeed a dangerous place. Furthermore, it was a rather dangerous one. Etianyan glanced at the recording disc. He narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. We agreed on 4 treasures. Where is the last one? The old man asked doubtfully. Just as Etianyan was about to say something, a loud noise came from behind him. With a bang, the locked door was kicked open. Then a huge figure rushed in and roared, You liars! The information you gave us is all lies. Brother, don't be fooled by them. They deliberately gave us false information and specially gave us a very dangerous area. They want us to die inside so that they can get paid. Etianyan looked at the strong man in front of him and was stunned. The huge figure in front of him was not a man but a woman. It was just that the huge figure looked quite burly. Just looking at the back of the figure, one would really mistake it for a strong man. After hearing this, Etianyan's expression was indifferent. In fact, he could tell that this guy was indeed a liar. His spiritual awareness easily penetrated the door in front of him. The old man did not go in to collect information. He simply asked his companions if they wanted to increase the price to continue deceiving him or to test him. From then on, he knew it was fake. He did not expect that there would be a victim immediately. Moreover, the victim looked very fierce and her cultivation was not low. She had the cultivation of Master Xing in the early stage. No wonder she could come back from danger. Brother, these are all your things. Hurry up and put them away. The woman snatched the treasures from the old man's hand and immediately stuffed them back to Etianyan. Then she glared at the old man and shouted, Return all my things. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The woman was furious. She could not wait to tear the old man apart. Chapter 2012. Etianyan thought he could get some information from them, but it seemed like he was overthinking it. Star Venerable Jade Divinity had searched for so many years and failed to find the Jade Soul Stone. How could there be information about it in this chaotic zone? That was obviously impossible. Tianyin was indeed overthinking it. However, he just happened to pass by and came over to ask. If there was no information, then there was no information. Who knew these guys were liars? Those who didn't know what was going on fell into their trap. They purposely led them to the dangerous zone. The more dangerous a place was, the more normal it was to have such a treasure. Correspondingly, this was more sinister. Making use of this point, not only did they obediently hand over the treasures, they even went to the dangerous area. If they died, they wouldn't have to worry about being held accountable. This was indeed a chaotic zone. There were many liars in this place. However, they would occasionally give them real information. It was probably only true information to the cultivators who lived here for a long time. For those who were obviously outsiders, it was quite ruthless to deceive them. Nonsense. How could our information be false? You should apologize for what you said, the old man said angrily. The old man's neck stiffened, and he said angrily, the location we gave you is correct. If you can't find what you want, then it's your own problem. It's possible that someone else has already taken it away. How can we guarantee that? If someone gets the information from us, they will definitely get the treasure. Why don't we go there ourselves? There must be a certain risk, and it might be taken away by someone else. These are all uncertain factors. Before you came, someone asked about the fantasy wood grass you wanted, but it was taken away before you came. Is there a problem? We can guarantee that this information is reliable. It was found about a month ago at most. This information is very new, the old man retorted. The old man's rebuttal was full of excuses. It was obvious that he had already made up an excuse, or that he had such information in the past to fool the other party. What he said was reasonable, and there was some truth to it. The woman was really intimidated. She believed that the old man was right and that everything he said was reasonable and methodical. The old man thought that he had fooled his opponent, so he said sternly, "We worked so hard to find this information, but you think it's fake information. This is disrespect to us. Now you're here to cause trouble. If this gets out, our reputation will be greatly affected. If you don't compensate us today, don't blame us for being impolite." After he finished speaking, a few figures walked over from all directions. Among them, there were quite a few star masters. Their cultivations were all above the middle level. It seemed like there were quite a lot of experts in this treasure house. If there weren't any experts, it would be impossible to establish a foothold here. The woman was stunned and didn't know how to refute. She didn't seem to have a high IQ, so she couldn't explain too much. The woman did not know what to say. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that she was right, speechless, right? In any case, you have to give me some compensation. I don't need too much. At least 2-star, sector-level treasures. The old man took advantage of this moment and ruthlessly scammed them. The woman fell silent for a moment. She really did want to take out 2 treasures from her star ring as compensation. At this moment, Tianyin raised his hand and said calmly, "Wait." As soon as he said that, everyone's gazes fell on Tianyin. They all looked at him in puzzlement, not knowing what he wanted to say. "You are looking for the illusionary wood grass, right?" Tianyin asked the woman. Yes, that's right," the woman replied blankly. "The illusionary wood grass mainly grows in areas that are filled with wood attribute energy and have an abundant water source. Does the place you went meet 2 conditions?" Tianyin added, "No, it's just a pile of rocks. There are also many giant beasts hiding among the rocks. When I'm not paying attention, they will rush out and attack me." After saying that, the woman suddenly shouted, "Are you saying that the illusionary wood grass can only grow under these conditions?" The woman was enlightened. She immediately understood the crux of what Tianyin had said. That's right. It can only grow when these conditions are met. If it isn't, it can't grow at all, unless someone left it there. Tianyin shrugged his shoulders, looked at the old man, and said indifferently, "If you want to deceive people, you should first understand the environment in which it grows. You don't even understand the environment in which it grows, yet you still come out to deceive people. What a joke!" Even if Tianyin didn't know that they were swindlers, he could immediately see through the woman's words. The illusionary would grass grew in special environments. Moreover, he had said that it was rare. It was impossible to grow it without meeting certain conditions. If it could be casually satisfied, then it would have already roamed the streets. How could it grow in such a dangerous environment? Nonsense! The old man's face turned red as he roared at Tianyin. "Boy, what do you know? I have seen more divine medicines than you have ever eaten." "Is that so? Then this young lady, please find a celestial alchemy master and ask him about it. Let's see where the illusory wood grass truly grows. If I am wrong, then I will give you these 3 treasures." Tianyin had an indifferent look on his face, making it hard for people to read his mind. "Well, there are still star alchemists here. I will go and invite them over." The woman nodded and was just about to get up when she suddenly felt a sharp, killing intent enveloping her. "Since you came in, don't even think about leaving." The old man's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Are you 2 here to cause trouble? I didn't want to do anything to you, but it seems that you have forced yourself into a dead end. A woman who looks like a man, and a hothead who knows a little. Today, both of you will die here. Next year, today will be the anniversary of your death. Go and capture them for me. If you can't capture them, then kill them." The old man gave a cold snort. Since they had already reached this point, they naturally would not show any mercy. The woman quickly took out 2 blades, and a sharp light burst out in the room. At the same time, she protected Tianyin by her side and said coldly, "Little brother, it seems that we can only force our way out. This is something I caused. Let me help you escape. Just a few of you won't be able to stop me." The woman roared, and a grade 5-star Dharma idol appeared behind her. It turned out to be a goddess of martial arts. However, this goddess of martial arts was very slender and beautiful. There was a huge gap between her and the woman. In the next second, the woman rapidly shrank and became the size of an ordinary woman. Her appearance became extremely beautiful. It was a perfect slimming down. Her appearance did not change, but she became thinner and her strength became more solid. Chapter 2013. The woman instantly became slender and petite, but in terms of the cohesion of power, it increased by a large margin. Others had become taller, but she had become smaller and prettier. Tianyin's eyes widened. Although he didn't care much about her appearance, after all, it had nothing to do with him. However, after becoming smaller and thinner, she looked like a beautiful woman without any fighting power. Of course, the shadow of the goddess of martial arts behind her had already proved to everyone that she was not weak, but stronger. The level 5-star Dharma was quite powerful, especially the goddess of martial arts star Dharma, which meant that her fighting power was absolutely amazing. Anyone who looked down on her would be a real fool. From this, it could be seen that she had relied on her own power to escape from danger. The woman shouted, and the 2 blades in her hands swept to the side. The domineering blade aura swept out in all directions. The domineering aura of the Valkyrie was mixed in with it, causing great pressure on the surrounding Grandmaster Xing. "Oh no!" The old man's expression changed. He didn't expect that the woman would become so powerful and have a level 5-star Dharma. The number of level 5-star Dharma was not as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, but it was almost as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. In such a big ancestor's land, it was estimated that there were less than a handful of them. This woman had a level 5-star Dharma, so her identity was not simple. In this way, it was tantamount to provoking an extremely powerful force, which was obviously not something that the Baolu wanted to see. But now that it had happened, they could only brace themselves and fight. "Go! Suppress her!" The old man's cultivation was not high, but his words carried a lot of weight. He ordered his companions to attack. Roar! The Master Shing next to him roared, and the level 3 and level 4 star Dharma behind them burst out, quickly resisting the woman's explosive power. The woman took the opportunity to shout at Yi Tianyan, "Let's escape first!" The woman was more concerned about Yi Tianyan. Everything had happened because of her, so she would naturally choose to escape with him. They rushed out of the tower. Even though she had such a powerful Valkyrie Star avatar, it was still difficult for her to deal with so many people by herself. After all, her cultivation was only at the early stage of Grandmaster Shing. The people here were all at the middle stage of Grandmaster Shing, so it would be more strenuous to deal with them. Yi Tianyan quickly followed. It seemed that this woman was kind-hearted, and she knew how to repay kindness. If Yi Tianyan helped her see through the scammer, she would naturally bring Yi Tianyan along. But just as he rushed out, a figure blocked his path. That person reached out and slapped him, saying coldly, "Scram back." The powerful force turned into a thick wall and pressed down on them. The woman brandished her 2 sabers, trying to tear the thick city wall into countless pieces. However, when Xiao Qin swung his saber countless times, he could not do anything to her. Instead, he knocked her back. The strong rebound caused some internal injuries. Blood leaked out of a corner of her lips, and her complexion paled. Grandmaster Shing's late-stage cultivation. The woman's voice was hoarse. She did not expect that there would be such a powerful opponent. "Tower Master." The Grandmaster Shing behind her shouted respectfully. The middle-aged man slowly walked over with his hands behind his back. His handsome face was full of dissatisfaction. "Look at you," she almost escaped. "Isn't it just a level 5 star avatar? If you deal with it well, it won't be a problem. There are so many of you, and your cultivation is stronger than hers. If you can't even stop her, it's a waste to raise you. This is our dereliction of duty." They lowered their heads in shame, not daring to look directly at the middle-aged man. "There's no need to say more. The key is you. You can't even do a good job in deceiving people. If it wasn't for the fact that you have made a lot of contributions, I really want to kill you." Ding Shuwen said sternly, "Thank you, Tower Master, for not killing me. From now on, I will definitely pay more attention to this information. I will definitely not make a mistake." The old man knelt down, his legs trembling. He was afraid that he would really be killed by Ding Shuwen. Ding Shuwen looked at the woman and Yi Tianyan and said with an indifferent expression, "Valkyrie Starlight Avatar and this body, you must be from the Martial God Palace." "That's right, I am from the Martial God Palace. Not only did you deceive me, but you also dared to kill me. If the Martial God Palace finds out, they will definitely slaughter you." The woman snorted coldly, still as domineering as ever. At the same time, she was constantly vigilant of her surroundings, ready to attack at any time. Martial God Palace? Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. He had already guessed this before. It seemed that this woman was really from the Martial God Palace. The Martial God Palace was actually an ancestral land force. It was under the jurisdiction of the Star Origin domain. It was also a force under the Star Origin Master. Oh, as expected of the Martial God Palace. How domineering. Ding Shuwen smiled. "If I leave you here, who will know that you have been here? In other words, who would know that you died in our hands? You might even die in a dangerous place." Killing intent filled the depths of Ding Shuwen's eyes. How dare she threaten me like this? Isn't she courting death? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. The woman was furious, and the Valkyrie Phantom appeared behind her, ready to fight at any time. But before the fight started, she turned her head to look at Yi Tianyan and said with a wry smile, "I'm sorry for dragging you into this. If we can't escape, we will both die here." She was not a fool. The other party definitely wanted to keep them here. It was impossible for them to let Tianyan go alone. Tianyan smiled faintly. He took a step forward and said, "It looks like I can only make a move. I originally wanted to flatten them personally. To think that they dared to deceive me and still dare to keep me here. They are too bold. Do they think that they are invincible after staying here for so long? Oh, by the way, there is still the recording disc I left behind. I will let you take a look." Tianyan stretched out his hand, and the recording disc immediately appeared. It was the recording of the old man discussing how to deceive him. When they saw it, their expressions immediately changed. Unexpectedly, Tianyan could detect this situation. If news of this spread, could they still remain here? "How bold! How dare you spy on me?" That old man was enraged, his complexion alternating between red and white. "There is no need to worry. This will not harm you. After all, your treasure pavilion will cease to exist later. What is the point of having a reputation?" Tianyan smiled, and the aura of a star venerate spread out. The surrounding grandmasters immediately knelt on the ground, including Ding Shuwen. Ding Shuwen knelt before Tianyan without even a chance to struggle. Star venerate? Chapter 2014. The woman was dumbfounded when she felt the terrifying power of a celestial lord. She never expected that the seemingly weak youth was actually a celestial lord. After all this time, he turned out to be a master who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. She was a little desperate and prepared to fight to the death. Whether she could escape or not was another matter. However, there was no need to do so now. With Tianyan here, who would dare to resist? Just this terrifying pressure was enough to make the Star Masters unable to move. If Tianyan had not chosen to let her go, she would probably have knelt down. How? How can you be a Star Lord? Ding Shuwen's face was pale. They dared to be so unscrupulous because they were not worried that their opponent was a Star Lord. Moreover, a Star Lord would not come here. Even if he did, he could easily recognize him. There were so many Star Lords. How could he not recognize him? Under normal circumstances, Ding Shuwen knew about Star Lords. But Tianyan just woke up recently. He hasn't received the complete information yet. At most, he heard a little about the situation over there, but he didn't collect a very detailed information. This is because their information is not complete. Why am I not a Star Lord? Tianyan said indifferently. It's time for this place of yours to end. I don't care if you deceive others, but you dare to deceive me. Now you even want to kill me. I think it's time to exterminate you. No. This is all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Ding Shuwen's voice trembled. He did not want to die. Misunderstanding? You want to kill me and you say it's a misunderstanding? Do you want to capture me and treat me to a meal? Tianyan sneered and said, Don't treat me like an idiot. I gave you the chance long ago. It's just that you were too arrogant. This is all his doing. It has nothing to do with me. Sir, if you want to kill them, please don't kill me. I will follow you forever and help you do anything. Ding Shuwen knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. He looked at the old man with resentment. He did not expect that he would bring disaster to his own people. After so many years, he had finally kicked an iron plate. It's about time to send you on your way. Tianyan took a step forward, and a terrifying strength shot up into the sky, causing the entire treasure tower to explode into a pile of debris. The cultivators outside were all dumbfounded. No one knew what had happened. The treasured building that was originally fine disappeared just like that. It was directly razed to the ground. This kind of terrifying power scared them so much that they quickly fled to the side. Some even hated themselves for not having more legs and running too slowly. After the entire tower was razed to the ground, only Tianyan and the woman were left. The rest were all turned into ashes. They wouldn't spout nonsense, and they would just destroy it if they said so. They thought that Tianyan was boasting and that he wouldn't even know when he would die. Ding Killed Ding Shuwen, obtained 5 kill points. Oh, killing him will give me quite a few kill points. Looks like this Ding Shuwen has done quite a few bad things. Yi Tianyan was very satisfied with the information he received. How could he not feel good about getting kill points? You are a Star Lord. The woman really did not believe that Yi Tianyan was a Star Lord. A Star Lord was a high and mighty existence in her world, but now he seemed so approachable. She did not feel the domineering aura of a Star Lord at all. Usually, a Star Lord was high and mighty, rejecting people thousands of miles away and difficult to touch. However, the feeling that Yi Tianyan gave her was very intimate. Of course, it was only after the eruption that she truly felt how terrifying a Star Lord was. He destroyed them just like that, and his methods were extremely ruthless. Why? Do you think I'm a fake Star Lord? Yi Tianyan had already retracted his aura, and he looked no different from before. The others thought that he was just an ordinary star apostle. This was the effect that Yi Tianyan wanted, retracting his aura completely so that he could clearly see the attitude of the people around him. He did not like a group of people being so respectful in front of him, as he did not know what they were thinking. If one's cultivation level was lower, they would be able to see more things. That's not it. It's just that you're a Star Lord and you're here. The woman retracted her aura, but her appearance did not change. She was still beautiful, not as huge as before. I'm just here to do something. Yi Tianyan looked at her and asked in confusion. Speaking of which, why didn't you change back? I've always been like this. Why should I change back? After her figure became petite, her voice wasn't as rough as before. She looked delicate and pretty, which was quite alluring. This is your original appearance. Then your previous appearance. Yi Tianyan said in surprise. I changed on purpose before. When I was outside, my senior sisters told me to become bigger and fiercer so that the other party would not lie to me, who knew that I was still cheated. It's meaningless. The woman looked depressed. She thought that she would not be cheated when she came out, but she was still cheated in the end. This is still somewhat meaningful. Yi Tianyan was speechless. He really thought that the huge body from before was her real body. It turned out that this was her real body. By the way, which force are you from? With such powerful strength, you must be a lord from some ancestral land, right? The woman looked at him curiously. Usually, she did not dare to speak to the Star Lord like this. However, she saw that Yi Tianyan seemed to be easy to talk to. Which force? You'll know in the future. Yi Tianyan smiled, turned around and walked forward. I should go. Take care. I'm afraid there's no illusory wood grass here. You'd better look elsewhere. The woman looked at his departing figure and did not chase after him. She could only watch from behind. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and shouted, Star Lord, my name is dialing you. Please remember me. I will never forget your great kindness. Yi Tianyan shook his head with a smile and disappeared from everyone's sight. After leaving this place, Yi Tianyan found a place to inquire about the location of the Phoenix Flame Palace and went there alone. After rushing for a while, he quickly arrived at the Phoenix Flame Palace. As soon as he arrived, he felt a wave of heat surging in this direction. Ordinary star disciples could not withstand this heat. Even so, there were still rows of cultivators queuing here. No one knew what they were waiting for. There was no lack of star masters among them, but there were no star lords. There were more star masters and star masters here. This group of cultivators was divided into 2 groups. One group lined up in the left passage area, and the other group lined up in the right passage area. Yi Tianyan took a closer look and found that there were 2 groups, seeking elixirs and joining the Phoenix Flame Palace. Chapter 2015. Looking at the 2 long lines, Yi Tianyan felt that the Phoenix Flame Palace's reputation was amazing. So many cultivators came to join, and there were even more cultivators who came to request for pills. He could tell with a glance that most of them were from outside factions. Those who requested pills were from outside factions. As for those who joined the Phoenix Flame Palace, they were itinerant cultivators. This brother, what are you doing here? You have to line up if you want to come to the Phoenix Flame Palace. Don't just stand there like a fool. Are you trying to cut the line? That's right. No matter what faction you come from, line up for us. Someone saw Tianyin standing there like a fool and immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. There were so many people lining up, but Tianyin was standing by the side. Perhaps he was trying to cut the line, so someone immediately started scolding him. Accompanied by the scolding, Tianyin frowned. He didn't have so much time to waste lining up. Soon after, he paid no attention to the curses around him and lifted his foot to walk forward. But after a few steps, someone blocked in front of him. Kid, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to cut the line? That's right. There are so many people lining up. Are you trying to cut the line? 2-star masters intercepted him and looked at him angrily. They were lining up a bit in front. If Tianyin cut the line, he would be at the back. Cutting the line? Never thought about it. I want to go in and refine pills directly. Tianyin said indifferently. I think there must be a way to not line up. For example, paying a price. You want to take the shortcut? At this moment, the guard in charge of arranging people looked over and sized up Tianyin. He sneered, if you want to take the shortcut, you need to pay a star sector level treasure. Can you afford it? One shortcut needed to pay a star sector level treasure. One had to admit that the Phoenix Flame Palace was really demanding an exorbitant price. No wonder so many people were willing to line up. There were very few people who could afford it. Even if they could afford it, how many people would be willing to pay it? The others looked at him mockingly. Tianyin didn't look like a rich person. When he heard the price, he would probably shrink back. Poor boy, you're speechless, right? A star sector level treasure. Do you have one? You can't possibly think that the price of taking a shortcut is those chaos gems, right? Or perhaps some ordinary elixirs. What we need now are star sector level treasures. Ha ha ha, this kid is stupid. If you don't have money, don't try to take shortcuts. When they saw that Tianyin didn't move, they mistakenly thought that he didn't have any treasures. A star sector level treasure? I'll take it as a price. Tianyin waved his hand, and a star sector level armor was thrown over. He said calmly, bring me in. The guard received the armor and was stunned on the spot. Everyone else was stunned too. It was really taken out. It was a star sector grade armor. Okay, I'll bring you in. The guard's expression changed and quickly turned into a fawning one. He bowed and said, this way please, this way please. Just a second ago, he was acting like a snob. In the next second, he was acting like a servant and was extremely respectful. Tianyin couldn't be bothered with them. He lifted his feet and walked forward, following the guard into the Phoenix Flame Palace. The cultivators who previously mocked Tianyin looked at each other. They were shocked by Tianyin's actions. Poor? They were probably the poorest of the bunch. That kid has some money. Wait until he comes out. A group of people's eyes were filled with greed. Once Tianyin went in, he would definitely come out. At that time, they would launch a sneak attack and obtain a bunch of treasures. Tianyin didn't care about their thoughts and followed them into the Phoenix Flame Palace. The decorations inside were luxurious. They were all made of various crystals, and there were even phoenix images carved on them. It was obvious that this Phoenix Flame Palace mainly worshipped the phoenix. It was normal for such a powerful phoenix to be worshipped. Along the way, there were many cultivators walking back and forth. When they saw Tianyin coming in, they just glanced at him casually and didn't pay too much attention to him. This way. The guard guided him to a palace. Inside, a group of celestial alchemists were helping to refine medicinal pills. Tianyin glanced at them and found that they were all grade 1 celestial alchemists. Although their grades were not high, it was already considered a very high standard for those outside. At least, They could refine things that they couldn't refine. The price they paid was the materials needed to refine medicinal pills. For example, if one wanted to refine a medicinal pill, they would need to prepare 2 sets of materials. One was for refining the pill, and the other was as a reward. In his opinion, these celestial alchemists were actually practicing their skills. By constantly helping others refine medicinal pills, they could hone their skills. Which celestial alchemist do you want to refine pills for you? The guard asked. At least a grade 3 celestial alchemist. I want to refine the 9 revolutions, star pill. If it's lower than this grade, they can't help me refine it. Tianyin said indifferently. 9 revolutions, star pill. The guard was startled. Tianyin's voice immediately attracted the attention of the people around. They didn't expect Tianyin to have the 9 revolutions, star grass. In fact, he not only had the 9 revolutions star grass, but he also had 3. Except for one, which he found himself, the other 2 came from the celestial ring. If he didn't have so many, he really wouldn't have bothered to come here to refine pills. After all, compared to refining pills, refining avatars was more important. Yes, is there a grade 3 celestial alchemist here? Tianyin asked. Yes, I'll find one for you. The guard immediately ran all the way and entered the house in front of him. Soon, an old man walked out of the house. This old man walked over step by step, exuding an extraordinary aura. However, that arrogant expression on his face made people feel uncomfortable. However, he had the capital to do so. After all, he was a grade 3 celestial alchemist. His status was almost equivalent to that of a celestial monarch. Are you the one who wants to refine the 9 revolutions, star pill? Elder Yufeng walked out and looked Tianyin up and down, trying to figure out something from him. Yes, I want to refine it. Tianyin replied. That's fine. You just need to prepare 3 sets of 9 revolutions, stargrass. Elder Yufeng stated the price. What? I need to prepare 3 sets. Didn't you say that I only need to prepare 2 sets? Why do I need 3 sets? Tianyin frowned. In fact, even if he needed another set, he only wanted to use other treasures to replace it. He didn't expect this guy to ask for 3 sets. Do you think the 9 revolution star pill is easy to refine? The failure rate is not low. Therefore, I need 2 sets to refine it. One of them will be the reward. Elder Yufeng said calmly. What if 1 set succeeds? Tianyin asked. Then the other 2 sets will be my reward. Elder Yufeng said calmly. Chapter 2016. Normally, if you don't succeed, you'll return the materials to me. Why did you take both? Tianyin was a little unhappy. It was one thing to take away the remuneration, but more importantly, the materials were also going to be taken away. Not bad. A 50% success rate is already considered very high. There are 2 sets of materials in advance, anyway. Even if we succeed, we won't return them. Elder Yufeng's expression was calm, as if everything was normal. After listening to this, Tianyin frowned and continued to ask, what if we fail both times? If you fail twice, you'll have to provide the materials twice more. Elder Yufeng said indifferently, the grade of the 9 revolution star pill is not low, and it is extremely difficult to refine it. Hence, if you still fail, you will have to provide 2 more sets of materials. The remuneration will remain the same, and you will only be charged once. Tianyin was exasperated. He had failed, and he still had to clean up after him? Was the 9 revolution, star, grass, really a cabbage that could be found everywhere? If I fail, shouldn't you pay for me? Tianyin was extremely dissatisfied. How is that possible? You are the one who provided the materials. If you are afraid of failure, please find someone else to refine it. Our Phoenix Flame Palace will not wait. Elder Yufeng had a lofty expression on his face. He was extremely dissatisfied with Tianyin's attitude. However, pill refinement offices, Everyone in this region, and even the Star Source region, will come to us to refine pills. I hope that you will be able to find a pill refinement office that meets your requirements." Elder Yu Feng's face was filled with mockery, as if he was certain that he could defeat Yi Tianyin. In fact, it wasn't just Yi Tianyin. The other cultivators had the same thought. But what could they do? They didn't know how to refine pills, and in the nearby region, only the Phoenix Flame Palace had the best alchemy standards. There might be other regions that were better than the Phoenix Flame Palace, or they might be on a similar level as the Phoenix Flame Palace, but the distance was just too far. They didn't want to stray too far from their own territories. Therefore, they could only bite the bullet and refine it here. Often, it was the other party who failed several times, and they had to provide the materials themselves. What else could he do? The only way was to leave this area and refine it somewhere else. The Phoenix Flame Palace was equivalent to the master of this place. They had to do things according to their wishes. He could either leave or cultivate, it was up to him. If you don't want to concoct, then so be it. You don't even have a shitty standard, yet you still want to concoct pills? Yi Tianyin shook his head. It wasn't that he couldn't afford the price, but the Phoenix Flame Palace was using them as practice. It was equivalent to scamming them in disguise. Taking a closer look, the people sent out were all new celestial alchemists. Moreover, they weren't familiar with their techniques, which meant that their chances of failure were extremely high. Sending these people out was undoubtedly to practice their skills. It was one thing for them to provide the materials if they failed many times, but they were still asking the guests to provide the materials. This was clearly a scam. It wasn't like he hadn't seen alchemy before. It was normal to take 2 extra sets of ingredients for alchemy, but if it was successful in one go, the extra one would be returned. Who would have thought that he was the one who had accepted this place? This was another huge trap. The success rate was not high, but they still came out to do business. This made him very unhappy. Even if he had a lot of 9 Revolution Star grass, he didn't want to play like this. "You dare to say that I'm not good enough?" Elder Yu Feng's expression changed, and he angrily said, "I'm a dignified grade 3 celestial alchemist. Even in the 2 regions, I'm a top-notch existence. The difficulty of refining the 9 Revolution Star pill isn't low. Even if I have a 50% success rate, it's already a very high level. You still dare to say that my alchemy skills are not good enough?" As a celestial alchemist, he was especially proud. If someone questioned his alchemy skills, he would feel extremely dissatisfied. This was tantamount to an insult and a provocation to him. A 50% success rate is indeed a good ability, but your character is not good enough. When others succeed in alchemy, they would return materials, but you kept them for yourself. Yi Tianyin sneered and said, "Moreover, if you fail continuously, you have to take out your own materials. This is also a form of confidence in your skills. But even if you fail, you still need others to provide the materials. Does this mean that you have a reason to fail? If you don't have the ability and confidence, then don't open your door to do business." Yi Tianyin also laughed in anger. This was simply a price hike. Elder Yu Feng exploded in anger. He looked at him and said coldly, "These are our rules. Other people's rules are fine, but our Phoenix Flame Palace has such rules. Refine or not, scram for me. The Phoenix Flame Palace isn't a place for you to mess around." Yi Tianyin flicked his sleeves and said indifferently, "Leave then, leave. If I knew that the Phoenix Flame Palace has such rules, I definitely wouldn't have come. It's meaningless. I have always only opened my door to do business after my own level is good. But you guys are good, directly treating us as practice. According to normal circumstances, practice should be free. It's already pretty good that we can provide the materials." He wasn't very clear about the Phoenix Flame Palace's rules, but in other regions, practice was free. After all, the failure rate was so high, and they still had to collect material fees. That was too much of a scam. But the Phoenix Flame Palace was such a scam. Even if it was practice, there was a fee. Moreover, the price was not low. You are insulting our Phoenix Flame Palace. Elder Yufeng said angrily, "Come, men. Take him down for me." 3 Master Xing immediately rushed over from all directions. The Phoenix Flame Palace was a pill palace. Under the situation where there were many medicinal pills, the powerhouse's proficiency would naturally not be low. The guards all had Master Xing cultivation. This was considered relatively normal. The other cultivators who came here to refine pills all shook their heads. Who did not know that the Phoenix Flame Palace was a scam? But they could only accept it. In this region, only the Phoenix Flame Palace's alchemy standards were decent. They could only come over to refine. If there were other factions that were not bad at alchemy, they definitely would not come here. The Phoenix Flame Palace believed that there was no one stronger than them in the vicinity, so they directly monopolized the market. They followed suit and raised the price. The group of people was furious and helpless. Now that Yi Tianyin said what they wanted to say, they felt very refreshed. But so what? Not only could they not refine medicinal pills, but they even provoked the Phoenix Flame Palace. It was truly unwise. Just the likes of them want to stop me too. Yi Tianyun's gaze turned cold. He was prepared to fight at any time and also prepared to leave this place at any time. He could not stay in this shady shop anymore. If he knew that this place was so shady, he definitely would not have come. Right at this time, a familiar figure entered here. It was actually that Dai Lingyu. He did not expect that Dai Lingyu would also come here. "Your Excellency, you are here too?" Dai Lingyu looked at Yi Tianyin with a look of pleasant surprise. She thought that she would never see Yi Tianyin again. She did not expect to see him here as well. "Your Excellency?" Elder Yufeng was stunned. Why did a lord run out? Chapter 2017. Dai Lingyu's appearance surprised Yi Tianyin. He thought that it would be a long time before they could meet again. He didn't expect to meet her so soon. "You also came to Phoenix Flame Palace?" Yi Tianyin asked in confusion. "Yeah, I came to see if Phoenix Flame Palace has any illusionary wood grass. After all, this is the Alchemy Palace. Spirit medicines should be very complete." Dai Lingyu explained her purpose. "If you come here to exchange for illusionary wood grass, I think you will be squeezed dry. I don't know how many times the price will be." Yi Tianyin sneered. Alchemy usually required such a high price. The price of exchanging for spirit medicines would be even higher. In this case, why would she exchange for medicinal pills? She could just leave. "Oh, then I won't exchange. Speaking of which, I need to use a star sector level treasure to come in. It's too expensive. If it weren't for the emergency, I wouldn't have come here to exchange." Dai Lingyu pouted her mouth in dissatisfaction. Compared to her previous huge body, she looked much cuter now. If she did this with her previous huge body, Yi Tianyin would probably want to vomit. Although she didn't care about her appearance, it was quite terrifying to do this with a different appearance. "Return the things to her." Yi Tianyin said indifferently. "You brat, you dare to be arrogant in front of me? You came in and you still want a refund?" Elder Yufeng was furious. He had been ignored since the beginning. Even if he sent out several star grandmasters, they were still ignored. He didn't feel anything. "Capture these 2 for me. One look and you can tell that they are accomplices." Yes, the 3 star grandmasters surrounded them. The nearby cultivators quickly hid far away. Even if they were unhappy with Phoenix Flame Palace, they wouldn't help. They weren't related to Yi Tianyin. Naturally, they couldn't help. "Kneel." Yi Tianyin snorted coldly. A terrifying pressure pressed down. Except for Dai Lingyu, everyone else knelt on the ground and found it hard to get up. A group of star alchemy masters had failed because of this. This had nothing to do with Yi Tianyin, who asked Phoenix Flame Palace to anger him. Not only did they raise the price, they also wanted to stop him from leaving. Since they stopped him, then he wouldn't leave. Star Sovereign, Elder Yufeng was stunned. He didn't feel the pain from kneeling on the ground. He was stunned by Yi Tianyin aura. He never thought that Yi Tianyin was a star sovereign. Even though Xiao Chen's status was almost comparable to that of a regular star venerate, he was still very far from it. If they were to really compare, then Elder Yufeng would have to stand by the side. You want me to stay here? Then I won't leave. Yi Tianyin waved his hand, and the chair on the side flew over to him. Then he sat down and looked at them with a sneer. Said, Tian Fengyao, Tianyin B, Lord Star Sovereign, please calm down. This is all my fault. I'm willing to refine pills for you for free. Elder Yufeng stuttered. He no longer had the arrogance from before. His expression changed quickly. This was the benefit of strength. No matter how arrogant he was, he could only bow his head obediently in the face of the strong. If he didn't choose to bow his head, he would die. Refine pills for me for free? Then I'll provide you with the materials. After I succeed, I'll take away a portion? Yi Tianyin said with a sneer. No, I don't dare. I don't dare to accept it. As long as I succeed, I'll return the remaining materials. Elder Yufeng swallowed his words and slapped himself in the face. How do I know how many times you will fail? If I fail many times in a row, won't my 9 revolutions star grass be used up by you? Yi Tianyin said coldly, Do you think my 9 revolutions star grass is cabbage? How can it be so easy to obtain? No. There will be a chance of failure, but it won't be very high. Elder Yufeng's back was drenched in cold sweat. He was worried that he would be slapped flat by Yi Tianyin. Oh, no matter what, I don't plan on letting you refine pills for me. If you don't compensate me today, I don't plan on leaving, said Yi Tianyin indifferently. At that moment, a voice came from inside. Friend, let people go when possible. Although my Phoenix Flame Palace isn't powerful, we are not afraid of other factions. Immediately, a middle-aged man appeared in front of everyone. His every move was very elegant. He held a red fan in his hand and walked over with a cold expression. He was very dissatisfied with Yi Tianyin's actions. At the same time, he raised his hand, and the pressure from Yi Tianyin was quickly offset. Only then could everyone get up and escape the terrifying pressure. Dragon Rock Palace Master. Elder Yufeng was delighted. He hurriedly came behind the Dragon Rock Palace Master and said with his head lowered, Dragon Rock Palace Master, he is dissatisfied with our rules. He thinks that our Phoenix Flame Palace's rules are unreasonable, and he wants to cause trouble. With a backer appearing, Elder Yufeng immediately changed back. He was no longer as fearful of everything as before. Let people go when possible. These words are well said. But looking at you lackeys, it seems like you don't want to spare me? Yi Tianyin said indifferently. Shut up. The Dragon Rock Palace Master glared at him coldly, causing Elder Yufeng to lower his head even more. He didn't dare to say another word. The Dragon Rock Palace Master closed his fan and said indifferently, the Phoenix Flame Palace has such rules. Other people's rules are theirs and have nothing to do with us. Again, if you are dissatisfied, please leave. Our Phoenix Flame Palace does not welcome you. The Dragon Rock Palace Master was quite overbearing. It seemed like he had never compromised from the beginning and would not be changed by a few words from Yi Tianyin. I originally wanted to leave, but you forced me to stay. Then, I really don't plan on leaving today. I also said that if you don't give me a satisfactory answer, I won't be leaving. Yi Tianyin sat there unmoved. He had seen overbearing people before, but he had never seen someone so overbearing. He was originally in a good mood, but when he came in, he discovered that this was a scam. It was simply laughable to come here to refine pills without any standards. It was simply laughable that they were here to scam him. He would be displeased. Friend, do you really think that you are invincible just because of your strength? The Dragon Rock Palace Master's aura rapidly rose, and his fighting spirit began to emerge. Clearly, if Yi Tianyin didn't leave, then he would use violence to resolve this. Invincible is an exaggeration, but dealing with your Phoenix Flame Palace is not a problem. Yi Tianyin said indifferently, I'll give you two choices. One is to help me refine the 9 revolutions, stellar pill. I will only take out one set of ingredients. If you fail, help me put in the ingredients yourself. The second choice is to directly compensate me with something, and I will turn around and leave. What if I refuse all of you? The Dragon Rock Palace Master's eyes flickered with anger. Chapter 2018. The Dragon Cliff Palace Master's attitude was unyielding, but Etienne's attitude was even more unyielding. They were in the wrong, yet they still dared to be rude and unreasonable. Etienne had always been amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. If they still wanted to clash head-on with him, then bring it on. Oh, not leaving yet? The Dragon Cliff Palace Master glanced to the side and gestured to the surrounding guards. The guards immediately led the people away. Soon, only Etienne and Dai Lingyu were left in the entire palace. Since you aren't leaving, then stay here. The two of you annihilated my faction in the outside world. How should this debt be settled? The Dragon Cliff Palace Master unfolded the fan in his hand and waved it slightly. He looked at Etienne with a somewhat icy gaze. Dai Lingyu was stunned. She did not understand what was going on. What did the Dragon Cliff Palace Master mean? When did they annihilate the Phoenix Flame Palace's faction outside? That treasure tower is a faction that you arranged outside, Etienne said with a sneer, worthy of being an unscrupulous shop. Each is more unscrupulous than the other. When Etienne said this, Dai Lingyu immediately understood what was going on. So he was talking about that treasure tower. That treasure tower was indeed an unscrupulous shop that specialized in deceiving people. She did not expect that the Phoenix Flame Palace was actually the mastermind behind it. No wonder that treasure tower was so arrogant. It turned out that they had the Phoenix Flame Palace supporting them from behind. But facing the overbearing Etienne, they were still annihilated with a single stomp. Unscrupulous shop? One is willing to fight, the other is willing to suffer. What unscrupulous shop! The Dragon Cliff Palace Master's gaze was icy cold. He looked at the two of them and said, "Rules are set by people. Our Phoenix Flame Palace is the rule here. Don't use the outside world's rules to measure our rules." "Oh, your rules are deceiving people and overbearing?" Etienne mocked coldly. He had been here for so long, and he only saw these 2 points. The deceiver was the treasure tower, and the overbearing was the Phoenix Flame Palace. Setting rules was not wrong, but they had to state it in advance. They clearly said that one set was alchemy materials, and the other was the reward. That meant that they only needed to take out 2 sets. Who knew that Elder Yufeng would immediately change the rules? How could Etienne not guess that this guy was obviously trying to scam him? Rules were made by humans. How could they be changed so easily? Did they think that he was a pushover? Whatever you think. You gave me 2 choices before, so I'll give you 2 choices now. First, give us compensation, and second, stay here for real. As he spoke, the Dragon Rock Palace Lord's killing intent immediately surged out of his body. His eyes were filled with extreme killing intent, and the phantom of the giant Dragon Rock beast appeared behind him. It was actually the bloodline of the dragon race. Upon seeing this bloodline, Etienne actually laughed out loud. Of all the bloodlines, it just had to be the dragon clan's bloodline. Wasn't this clearly a gift? What are you laughing at? The Dragon Rock Palace Master was furious. His aura was so sharp, but made the other party laugh as if he was mocking him. Dai Lingyu, who was at the side, was also stupefied. She did not know what Etienne was laughing at. She knew that Etienne was a star venerate, but the other party was also a star venerate. Furthermore, he was a middle stage star venerate. Even if Etienne was not weak, he did not care. Was he not being too confident? It's nothing. I'm just laughing at you for overestimating yourself. With your strength, you are not even fit to carry my shoes. Etienne smiled faintly and said, Compensation is impossible. Unexpectedly, when I asked you to compensate me, you are the one asking me for compensation. How tyrannical. You want me to stay here for real? Do you think you are qualified? It looks like your Phoenix Flame Palace is used to being tyrannical here. Do you think that you are unrivaled? The second choice was to be cruel. Actually, it was to let Xiaoqin die here, killing a star venerate. It looked like the Dragon Rock Palace Lord was very confident in his own ability. Or rather, in the territory of the Phoenix Flame Palace, he was unrivaled. Whether I am unrivaled or not, I do not know. At the very least, it is not a problem to keep you here. The Dragon Rock Palace Lord's gaze turned cold. Our Phoenix Flame Palace has been able to survive in this chaotic region for so many years without falling. Do you think we can do it without some strength? In this place, we are the kings. We are the masters of this place. The Dragon Rock Palace Lord's voice grew louder. His eyes filled with arrogance, as though he looked down on the world. It was as though he was above everyone else. Submit or die. The image of the colossal Dragon Rock beast behind the Dragon Rock Palace Lord roared and bared its claws and fangs in the air. The tyrannical dragon might made Dai Lingyu's breathing stagnate. She felt like she was suffocating. When the Dragon Rock Palace Lord makes his move, who dares to fight him? Didn't a star venerate come to cause trouble previously? Didn't the Dragon Rock Palace Lord kill him in the end? Actually, Elder Yufeng and the others had not truly left. Instead, they were at the entrance, watching the situation. How could they miss such an exciting event? That's right. Whether it's a snake or a dragon, when you come here, you have to behave yourself. They all laughed, as though they had forgotten that they had knelt before Yi Tianyin like a grandson. Submit or die. Yi Tianyin shook his head. He did not expect that someone would dare to say such words in front of him. If you were a star venerate, you might have some qualifications to say such words. However, you are only a star venerate now. At the same time, you have the dragon race's bloodline. I have to say that this is really lamentable. Yi Tianyin looked at the Dragon Rock Palace Lord with pity. How ignorant. It looks like you don't know what strength is. So what if you broke through to the star venerate realm? You don't know that this kind of bloodline is the strongest existence. The Dragon Rock Palace Lord's body swelled up, and thick dragon scales immediately appeared on the surface of his body. A tyrannical dragon energy spread out. Clearly, he was angered by Yi Tianyun's disregard. The Dragon Rock Palace Lord planned to unleash a wave of power to completely shock Yi Tianyin and let him know what the gap between them was. My lord, this power, you have to be careful. This is the power of the giant Dragon Rock beast. It has a grade 5-star Dharma idol and an extremely strong defense. Even a normal star venerate would find it difficult to break this defense. Dai Lingyu was experienced and knowledgeable. She immediately knew where the power came from. A strong power and a strong defense were not something that could be broken easily. This is indeed powerful, but that is relative to others. For me, it is no different from a reptile. Yi Tianyin took a step forward and grinned. Then I will say the same thing. Submit or die. How lamentable. You still don't know the gap between our strengths. The Dragon Rock Palace Lord looked at Yi Tianyin with a pitiful gaze, as though he was looking at a fool. Immediately, Yi Tianyin took a step forward, and the image of the 5-colored Emperor Dragon appeared behind him. The unique star Dharma idol illuminated the world. Kneel! Yi Tianyin snorted coldly. The image of the giant Dragon Rock beast behind the Dragon Rock Palace Lord let out a woo-woo sound and disappeared. The dragon scales covering his body instantly disintegrated, like armor. Chapter 2019. Bloodline Suppression. This was a tried and tested situation. As long as the other party had the dragon bloodline, they would be easily suppressed. He didn't even need to fight. This made him smile like a flower. If he entered a certain dragon clan, he would really become the king. Even if there were a few who could resist the suppression, it was just a few. Most could not withstand the suppression and directly lost the ability to resist. This was the case for the Dragon Rock Palace Master. The giant Dragon Rock Beast Star Dharma immediately retreated and ran without hesitation. This was the effect of level suppression. Very few with the dragon bloodline could resist it. When this scene appeared, everyone was stunned, especially when they saw the unique star Dharma hanging high in the void. The phantom of the five-colored Emperor Dragon floated, like a true king of the Dragon clan. Tell me, what is the difference? What is ignorance of power? Yi Tianyin smiled faintly and walked towards the Dragon Rock Palace Master. The Dragon Rock Palace Master's face was full of fear. He never thought that Yi Tianyin would have such heaven-defying power to directly suppress his dragon bloodline. The key was that he hadn't moved yet. The dragon bloodline in his body had been suppressing him. It was as if someone was constantly beside his ear, telling him not to move and not to move. This was like a curse. He couldn't resist or resist. He was like a slave with a slave brand, but he was better than those slaves. At least the Dragon Rock Palace Master could still escape. But the premise was that Yi Tianyin withdrew the suppression. Otherwise, the Dragon Rock Palace Master couldn't escape. After all, after losing the Star Dharma, he was like a mortal who had lost his power. He was constantly suppressed and unable to move. Dai Lingyu was stunned. She thought that Yi Tianyin would be in danger. Now it seemed that there was no danger. He didn't even need to fight. It seemed like he could win this round. The Dragon Rock Palace Master gritted his teeth and looked up at Yi Tianyin. He said in horror, "How do you have such power? Am I always going to be weak?" Yi Tianyin sneered. "I've said it before, surrender or die." When Yi Tianyin asked, he had already stepped on him and was looking down at the Dragon Rock Palace Lord. I choose you to die." Palace Master Dragon Cliff roared. "Then go to hell." Yi Tianyin lifted his foot and stomped on his head. At this moment, a terrifying force surged from the front, blasting towards Yi Tianyin. The Dragon Rock Palace Master revealed a cruel smile, as if he could see Yi Tianyin being severely injured. Yi Tianyin didn't care about this force and stomped his foot. The Dragon Rock Palace Lord didn't expect that Yi Tianyin would disregard his own safety and come down to this place. Does he want to perish together with me? No. Dragon Rock Palace Lord shouted, but his shout didn't stop Yi Tianyin's attack. Yi Tianyin's foot fell heavily. Without any resistance, the Dragon Cliff Palace Master's head exploded like a watermelon with one stomp. Ding! Successfully killed Dragon Rocky Palace Master. Obtained 25 million star energy points, 50 kill points, giant Dragon Rocky Beast Dharma form, grade 5, Dragon Rocky Bloodline, Dragon Rocky Scales, and Dragon Rocky Bones. A pile of materials exploded. This was the effect of activating the luck halo. Under the effect of greatly increasing one's luck, the drop rate was greatly increased, allowing one to obtain more materials. The moment he stepped on the Dragon Rock Palace Lord, Yi Tianyin stretched out his hand, and with a bang sound, the energy that surrounded him was dispersed by his palm, and the dispersed energy rolled towards the door behind him. Elder Yufeng and the others were sent flying, and they hit the thick wall one after another. They vomited blood and were seriously injured. Just a little bit of the dispersed energy was enough to seriously injure these Star Masters. Under Yi Tianyin's protection, Dai Lingyu was not affected. Following that, a figure appeared in front of Yi Tianyin. His face was filled with rage. "How bold! I did not expect you to kill someone in front of me." The one who appeared was an old man. His cultivation was extremely terrifying. He was actually a peak late-stage Star Venerate. This Phoenix Flame Palace was truly a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. No wonder the Dragon Rock Palace Master was so calm. It turned out that he had an expert protecting him. However, how could Yi Tianyin fear these attacks? He was not even afraid of a star venerate, much less a mere star venerate. Elder Yufeng, who just got up, looked over with difficulty. When he saw the Dragon Rock Palace master being killed, he felt shocked. I did not expect that even after the Heavenly Wind Palace master came out, he still could not save the Dragon Rock Palace master. Elder Yufeng was frightened by Yi Tianyin's strength. He had thought that Yi Tianyin would be suppressed. Now, it looked like they were too naive. The iron plate they kicked was extremely hard. So what if I killed someone in front of you? Should I just obediently let you kill me? Yi Tianyin smiled coldly. You do have some ability since you have the star dermic aspect. However, you should not have killed Dragon Rock in front of me. He is my most beloved disciple. The Heavenly Wind Palace master roared, and the image of a huge phoenix appeared behind him. The palace hall was immediately filled with hot flames, and the temperature soared. Some things that could not withstand the high temperature directly melted or even vaporized. This time, the Heavenly Wind Palace master did not have the dragon race's bloodline and would no longer be suppressed by Yi Tianyin's strength. I do not have the dragon race's bloodline. Let's see how you are going to suppress me. The Heavenly Wind Palace master instantly became younger. Phoenix feathers appeared on her back, making her look like a huge phoenix. She rushed over at her fastest speed, wanting to pin Yi Tianyin to the wall. Dai Lingyu's expression immediately changed. She hurriedly warned, "This is the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline, a rank 5 bloodline. It possesses shocking speed and shocking fire energy. My lord, you should be careful." Dai Lingyu immediately recognized what the star dermic aspect was and immediately warned Yi Tianyin. She could not help much. She could only remind him what the other party's power was behind his back. Of course, there was no need for her to remind him. Yi Tianyin could see it. Moreover, even if he couldn't see it, so what? To deal with these things, he could just crush them with a stomp. Suppress them like this. Yi Tianyin snorted coldly. The image of the 5-colored Emperor Dragon instantly increased and pressed down on the Heavenly Wind Palace master. The violent power caused the space to distort. No matter how fast the Heavenly Wind Palace master flew, it was as if she was frozen in the air. She was pressed down on the ground by Yi Tianyin's foot, unable to move. Originally, it looked like a huge phoenix, but now it looked like a weak chicken. It was firmly stepped on, unable to move. Chapter 2020. The seemingly tyrannical Heavenly Phoenix Palace Master was easily suppressed by Yi Tianyin like a weak chicken. How was this a phoenix? To Xiao Qin, this was just a weak chicken, a chicken that could not resist at all. No matter how strong a star venerate was, he was still a star venerate. He was still weaker than a star venerate. Furthermore, Yi Tianyin was not an ordinary star venerate. He possessed strong combat prowess and could suppress the Heavenly Phoenix Palace Master without even using his star venerate strength. This situation scared everyone out of their wits. The Heavenly Phoenix Palace Master was suppressed just like that? No matter what, this was a late-stage star venerate's cultivation. Dai Lingyu, who was behind, was stupefied. She had never expected Yi Tianyin to be so strong. She had just warned Yi Tianyin to be careful of the Heavenly Phoenix Palace Master. The following scene made her realize that her words had been for nothing. Even the seemingly invincible and strong Heavenly Phoenix Palace Master could not block a single move from this youth. Who exactly is he? Dai Lingyu was stunned. If it were the Palace Master of the Martial God Palace, she would be easily suppressed. Dai Lingyu did not know her Palace Master's strength, but she estimated that she was not much weaker than the Heavenly Phoenix Palace Master, or perhaps not much stronger. Under such circumstances, the Heavenly Phoenix Palace Master was easily suppressed. You, who exactly are you? How can you be so strong? The Heavenly Phoenix Palace Master under Xiao Chen's foot roared hysterically. Heavenly Phoenix Palace mistress screamed hysterically. She didn't expect Tianyan to be so powerful. Tianyan's power was so terrifying that she couldn't resist it. The rage in the Heavenly Phoenix Palace Master's heart was extinguished by this stomp. The Heavenly Phoenix Palace Master could not even resist. His earlier rage was quickly overwhelmed by fear. Now, the Heavenly Phoenix Palace Master wanted to find out Tianyan's true identity. For him to be so strong, his background was definitely not simple. He might even be a relative of the Astral Origin Master. There is no need for you to know this. Originally, I did not want to make a move. Since you want me to, I can only choose to do so. Tianyan said indifferently, then go and accompany your disciple. Think carefully about how you ended up like this. When Tianyan raised his foot and was about to press down, the Celestial Phoenix Palace mistress suddenly shouted, "My lord, save me!" As he roared, a surge of energy burst forth from his body and formed a solid barrier around him. However, the shield was useless. Tianyan stomped down, shattering the shield and shattering his soul. Originally, the Heavenly Phoenix Palace mistress could have been reborn. However, her soul had been crushed, so how could she be reborn? Ding! Successfully killed the Heavenly Phoenix Palace Master. Obtained 40 million star energy, 50 slaughter points, Heavenly Phoenix Star Aspect, Level 5, Heavenly Phoenix Bloodline, and Heavenly Phoenix Feather. After killing the Heavenly Phoenix Palace Master, a surge of energy suddenly rose from under his feet. However, it did not attack Tianyan. Instead, it floated forward and quickly formed a figure. The first thing he saw was a beautiful woman dressed in green. As she moved, a wave of spiritual energy spread out into the surroundings, and a dense life force surrounded her. However, the power she gave off was terrifying. This was not the power of a star venerate, but the power of a star venerate. A strong, unparalleled power enveloped the area. Dai Lingyu's legs went soft, and she fell to the ground. She muttered, It's over. It's a star venerate. How can there be a star venerate?" Elder Yufeng felt very sad about the Heavenly Phoenix Palace Master's death. When he saw the woman, he shouted, "My lord, you must take revenge for the Palace Masters." It looked like this woman did not have a close relationship with the Flame Phoenix Palace. Otherwise, she would not have addressed him as my lord. The woman looked straight at Tianyan. Her green eyes flickered with a strange light. "You are pretty strong. You even have a unique star dermic aspect. You are arrogant, but you have a good foundation." The woman smiled. "Follow me, and I will give you a chance to break through to the star venerate realm and climb up to that supreme power." The woman did not deal with Tianyan immediately. Instead, she tried to rope in Tianyan. "My lord, what do you mean by this? Our Flame Phoenix Palace has always treated you well. We always give you a lot of tributes. How? How can you do this to the Palace Master and the others?" Swish! A green light swept over and circled around them before quickly returning to her body. Elder Yufeng and the others were completely drained, turning into a pile of dried corpses. They were not dead, but they only had a strand of life force left. With such a body, if no one came to save them, they would die without a doubt. "How noisy! I am speaking. What qualifications do you have to interrupt me?" The woman smiled as if she had not done anything. "Help me climb up to that supreme power?" Tianyan looked the woman up and down expressionlessly. "That's right. Only a few people can break through to the star venerate realm, even if you are a good star lord. So what? How many people can break through to the star venerate realm?" The woman smiled faintly. "I can see that you are quite strong. You are much stronger than them. Otherwise, do you think you would have the chance to stay here and talk to me?" She flicked her finger. A green energy circled around Tianyan and blocked all his escape routes. "You should call me Glazed Jade Star Venerable instead of speaking to me in such a rude tone." Glazed Jade Star Venerable smiled faintly, but his tone was dignified. Dai Lingyu looked at them in fright. She did not expect another problem to arise before the first one was settled. The 2 Star Lords were strong enough. Why did another Star Venerable appear? Weren't Star Venerates rare? Why did one appear in this corner? I can call you Glazed Jade, Star Venerable. But how can you help me climb up to that supreme power? You are just a dabbler. You have just broken through to the Star Venerable realm, and you're not a complete Star Venerable. How can you ask me to follow you? Tianyin smiled coldly. Besides, if you ask me to follow a green demon, I will probably die before I know it. Just like those people, you can kill me easily. Of course, the most important thing is that you are afraid of me. You just broke through to the Star Venerable realm not long ago. You are afraid you can't deal with me, so you didn't help me. Tut-tut, you are really scheming. You want to use your power as a Star Venerable to suppress me. You want me to be afraid so that I will obey you? Tianyin exposed Glazed Jade, Star Venerable's plan. In fact, it was not because she liked Tianyin, but because she was afraid Tianyin would fight with her recklessly. Glazed Jade Star Venerable was a Star Venerable, but she had just broken through to the Star Venerable realm not long ago. Maybe she had been hiding here to practice in seclusion. She had been staying here and eating well. The Phoenix Flame Palace had been offering offerings to them, but in the end she had ended up dead. It was really sad. Chapter 2021. How could Tianyin not see through the Glazed Jade, Star Venerable's plan? She seemed to have abandoned the weak and chosen him, but in fact it was also a delaying tactic. She was trying to scare him with the power of a Star Venerable so that Tianyin would not fight against her. The point was that the Glazed Jade Star Venerable was a green demon. It was even more impossible for him to ally with the green demon, just like it was impossible for him to ally with the evil spirit. Tianyin saw through the Glazed Jade Star Venerable's plan. The Glazed Jade Star Venerable's face fell. Even if Tianyin was not completely right, he was at least mostly right. It was true that she had just broken through not long ago. Her cultivation was not stable yet. Moreover, she had used some special methods to break through to Star Venerable. Her power was not comparable to that of Star Venerables who had broken through normally. It was the same as Jade Heaven's Star Venerable. Although she was a Star Venerable, she was only slightly stronger than a Star Lord. She was not as great as an ordinary Star Venerable. That was because she had broken through in a hurry and had not broken through by herself. As a result, her power had declined. In this case, when the Glazed Jade Star Venerable saw Tianyin could suppress a Star Lord easily, she had to be cautious. If Tianyin fought against her, it would be hard to say what would happen to him. That was why she used this delaying tactic. It seemed like she was trying to tempt him, but in fact, she was just stalling for time. She was a Star Venerable after all. But for Tianyin, he did not think he could fight against her at this level. He had even suppressed a real Star Venerable in the middle stage, let alone a Star Venerable who had just broken through. Do you think you are smart enough to see through me? Do you think you can win? The Glazed Jade Star Venerable walked over. She said with a cold look, "You can even recognize my clan?" The Glazed Jade Star Venerable thought she had disguised herself perfectly. No one could tell she was a green demon. She didn't expect that she would be seen through with a single glance, and it was so easy for her to be seen through and recognized. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to see through her. After all, the Glazed Jade Star Venerable had hidden herself very well. However, Tianyin was not an ordinary person. He had the appraisal eyes, so he easily saw through the Glazed Jade Star Venerable's real identity. "That's right, I can see it. So what?" Tianyin smiled faintly and said, "Are you going to kill me to silence me? What do you think?" The Glazed Jade Star Venerable's power broke out completely. The surrounding area was completely blocked by the green energy. She did not want to reveal her identity. When she completely erupted, her true appearance was revealed. Her entire body was green, and green scales began to appear on her forehead. These were all signs of the green demon race. If you surrender to me obediently, I can let you go. It seems like you don't know how to cherish the opportunity. Do you think you're invincible? The glazed jade Star Venerable's eyes were filled with disdain. Even though I just became a Star Venerable not long ago, I can still suppress you. You will never know how strong a Star Venerable is until you break through to the Star Venerable realm. The Star Venerable's power in her body gradually gushed out, and a strong pressure came over. Tianyin looked calm. However, Dai Lingyu, who was behind him, felt the dreadful power. It was extremely difficult for her to even speak, let alone run away. Sir, hurry up, run away. Seeing Tianyin had no intention of running away, Dai Lingyu tried to persuade him from behind. Run away. Tianyin smiled faintly and said, I can suppress a half-baked green demon race like you with one hand. You are talking big, the glazed jade Star Venerable said with a cold smile. Then let me see how you can suppress me with one hand. The glazed jade Star Venerable screamed. The green demon god Star Dharma idol appeared behind her. The vitality around her was sucked out by her quickly. At the same time, she was going to suck out the vitality in Tianyin's body. When she thought she could get the upper hand, Tianyin finally launched an attack. He raised his hand slightly and pressed it toward the glazed jade Star Venerable. Surrender. Boom! The 5-color Emperor Dragon's phantom behind him broke out. At the same time, the real Star Venerable's power soared into the sky and shattered the power released by the glazed jade Star Venerable. At the same time, his giant palm slapped the glazed jade Star Venerable to the ground like a fly. I'll suppress you like this, Tianyin said calmly. The two people at the scene were dumbfounded, and their hearts were in turmoil. They had never expected Tianyin's real cultivation to be at the Star Venerable realm. They both thought Tianyin's level at the peak of the Star Lord realm was his limit. It was difficult for Star Venerables to break through, and there were only a few of them in this area. Most of them were elusive, but at that moment, one of them was right in front of them. The dreadful power suppressed the glazed jade Star Venerable from all directions. She didn't even have a chance to turn the situation around. Star Venerable. Not until then did the glazed jade Star Venerable realize why Tianyin disdained her and wasn't afraid of her. It wasn't because she was a half-baked Star Venerable. It was because Tianyin was a Star Venerable. So, what was there to be afraid of? Who on earth are you? Why haven't I heard anything about you? The glazed jade Star Venerable screamed. Her body was being suppressed and crushed little by little. If it went on like this, she would probably be crushed into a pool of green blood. My identity. Tianyin touched his chin and looked at them with a smile. Jade God Ancestral Land was destroyed by me. I don't know if you have heard of it. My heavenly cloud Star Venerable. Dai Lingyu, who was behind him, shouted. She had more information, so she could shout right away. It turns out to be Heavenly Cloud Star Venerable. Ha ha ha. The glazed jade Star Venerable burst out laughing. She finally knew who Tianyin was. I didn't expect the green demon to have such a strong person escape. It seems the 5-colored holy race can't stop you, Tianyin said calmly. Do you have any other companions nearby? I didn't expect you to know about the 5-colored holy race. It seems you know a lot. Kill me or torture me. But it's impossible for you to get anything out of me. The glazed jade Star Venerable said with a cold look. The green demon will never be destroyed. Sooner or later, we'll occupy this area and rule all of you. She burst out laughing. She wasn't afraid of death at all. I knew you wouldn't confess. Tianyin strode up to the glazed jade Star Venerable. He grabbed her head and tried to search her memory by force. However, when his strong power surged in, he suddenly saw the mocking look in the glazed jade Star Venerable's eyes. The next moment, Tianyin flew back quickly. He grabbed Dai Lingyu and ran outside. As soon as they ran out of the palace, a dreadful power burst out from inside. A green light soared into the sky and flattened the whole area. Many practitioners waiting in line outside were blown away by the explosion. Many were killed or injured. Chapter 2022. The glazed jade Star Venerable's self-destruction had a great impact. More than half of the Phoenix Flame Palace had been flattened. After all, this was the self-destruction of a Star Venerable, and it wasn't something ordinary cultivators could compare to. In fact, it could have been even more powerful. However, her time was limited, so the power of the explosion was limited. Even so, it still produced a terrifying power. The main reason was that she did not want Tianyin to search her memories, so she chose to self-destruct. As a Star Venerable, she was not afraid of death. This was especially true for the green demons, who were not afraid of death. Ding! Successfully killed the glazed jade Star Venerable, obtained 50 million star energy points and 100 killing points. Obtained the green demon god Star Dermic Idol level 5, glazed jade armor, star sector level, and green demon soul. The system's voice meant that the glazed jade Star Venerable was completely dead. Tianyin was neither happy nor sad. Killing a Star Venerable was not something to be happy about. It was just something he was used to. Self-destruction. It seems like I didn't manage to search her memories in the end. Tianyin frowned and put down Dai Lingyu. He had thought he could search some memories, but it seemed like he could not find any. This gave him a headache. He didn't expect that there would still be fish that escaped from the net and escaped from the 5-color divine race. This time it was a Star Venerable who had broken through to the Star Venerable level. This was a Star Venerable, not a Star Venerable. Ordinary factions could not resist such a powerful existence. You are actually a heavenly cloud Star Venerable. Dai Lingyu had not recovered from the shock. Tianyin's performance had shocked her. Star Venerables were an even stronger existence. They were even stronger than the Martial God Palace's Palace Master. They could even be compared to the Master of Star Origin. They were completely different. Now do you know who I am? Tianyin smiled and changed his mood from a slightly unhappy one to a happy one. The appearance of the green demons made him feel that there was some conspiracy behind it, but he could not find any clues. All the clues had been cut off. This made him a little unhappy. He didn't want any forces to threaten his side. Now that his forces had risen, if the green demon race were to appear and start a massacre, it might threaten his own forces. Thus, the appearance of the green demon race worried him. Perhaps there were more powerful green demon race hidden in some corner. The green devil race stayed here to borrow the strength of the Phoenix Flame Palace to constantly improve themselves. What the green demon race needed the most were godly medicines. If they could get them, they could improve themselves. As such, it was the right choice for the glazed jade Star Venerable to stay there to train in seclusion. The key was that the Phoenix Flame Palace had allied with the Green Devil race. This was very strange. I know, but I didn't expect you to be so strong. Dai Lingyu was a little embarrassed. She had planned to protect Tianyin to prevent him from being tricked. With such strength, who would dare to deceive him? Whoever lied to him was dead meat. Don't worry about this. Let's search first and see if there is any illusory wood grass you want. Tianyin turned his attention to the Phoenix Flame Palace. Most of the Phoenix Flame Palace had been destroyed, but there were still some treasure vaults that had not been destroyed. They were firmly protected underground and had not suffered any damage. Illusory wood grass. Dai Lingyu recalled her mission. Wasn't it to find illusory wood grass? Now that Tianyin mentioned it, she remembered. She had been frightened by the battle between Tianyin and the Phoenix Flame Palace, so she had not regained her composure. Immediately, they went to the medicine vault to find what they wanted. At this moment, No one in the Phoenix Flame Palace could stop them. After the glazed jade star, Venerable self-destructed, countless people from the Phoenix Flame Palace had died. There were basically no guards left. Although the remaining people realized what was going on, they were not strong enough to stop Yi Tianyin and the others from plundering the treasures. Moreover, they no longer had any thoughts of protecting the Phoenix Flame Palace. They had all fled in the face of disaster. They picked up some treasures and ran away. The palace masters of the Phoenix Flame Palace were all dead. What was the point of staying in the Phoenix Flame Palace? Soon, they found the medicine vault. There were many divine medicines here, which basically filled the entire place. There was a lot of illusory wood grass, which could easily satisfy Dai Lingyu's needs. Yi Tianyin glanced around and found some rare ones. For example, the golden divine grass and the 9 revolution star grass could be found here. However, there were very few of them. It seemed that even the Phoenix Flame Palace did not have many divine medicines. The Phoenix Flame Palace's foundation is not bad. I didn't expect it to be doing so well in this chaotic region. Yi Tianyin collected all the spirit medicines. These were all treasures. How could he let them go? His current force was lacking these things the most. He must have collected them all. There was not a single stock left. It's about time. It's time to leave. You have already obtained the illusory wood grass. Your mission is considered complete, right? Yi Tianyin prepared to leave. Yes, it's completed. I really have to thank Lord Skycloud, Star Venerate, for completing it. Dai Lingyu was very happy. Not only did she obtain the illusory wood grass, but she also obtained several stalks. She was in a good mood. You're welcome. Remember to be more vigilant the next time you go out. It's a pretty good way to protect yourself by transforming into that body. However, you still need to pay more attention to your heart. Yi Tianyin recalled the first time he saw Dai Lingyu. Dai Lingyu's state had truly given him a fright. Her appearance was frightening, but she did not have many schemes. It was easy for others to scheme against her. Many thanks for Lord Skycloud, Star Venerate's reminder. I will. Dai Lingyu blushed. Soon after, they parted ways. They did not have much to say to each other. They had only run into each other due to fate. Now that they had completed their respective missions, they naturally had to leave. I still failed to refine an elixir. I came here for nothing. Yi Tianyin shook his head. However, when he thought about how he had gained a lot and how he had even killed a powerful green demon, he felt that he had not suffered a loss. The problem was that he had come here to refine an elixir. Now that he had not succeeded, did he really have to refine an elixir himself? Never mind, I will refine an elixir myself. It will be safer this way. I can also harvest a wave of star energy, which should be enough for me to advance to rank 3 Celestial Alchemist. Yi Tianyin smiled and shook his head. It seemed that he had come here to earn star energy. The star energy he had obtained from killing so many star venerates, and star venerates would be enough for him to advance to rank 3 Celestial Alchemist. This could be considered a disguised form of alchemy. Advance to rank 3 Celestial Alchemist. Ding. Star energy successfully deducted. Beginning upgrade. Ding. Successfully advanced to rank 3 Celestial Alchemist. Chapter 2023. After Yi Tianyin successfully advanced to Celestial Alchemist Grade 3, he found a safe place and began to refine pills. Soon he entered the state and began to refine the 9 revolution stargrass. Using the primal chaos fire, he began to refine the 9 revolution stargrass. Step by step he followed the steps. It had been a long time since he last refined pills, so he had no choice but to take it seriously. If he failed, he would have wasted a stock of 9 revolution stargrass. This thing was relatively rare. If he could succeed, he would definitely not let it fail. The result did not disappoint him. He successfully refined the 9 revolutions, Stellar Dan. Even though he was a little unfamiliar with it, He quickly found the feeling and easily refined the 9 revolutions stellar Dan. Others might only have a 50% success rate, but he could easily reach above 80%. This was due to the effect of the flame. He had the abilities of the 5-colored Emperor Dragon. Among them, the primal chaos fire was the most suitable for refining pills. Therefore, it could greatly increase the success rate of alchemy, much higher than the success rate of most celestial alchemists. The flame was also the decisive key. Without a good flame, the success rate of alchemy would not be high. Success, I really can't rely on myself. Etianyan looked at the 2 9 revolution star pills in his hand. 1 stalk of 9 revolution star grass could be used to refine 2 pills. This was also the reason why most people like to use it for alchemy. If one used it for alchemy, not only would the effect increase, but the quantity would also increase. It was far better than simply using the 9 revolution star grass. However, some people did not want to pay a high price and chose to use it themselves. Etianyan could understand this. For example, this time he had to pay the price of 2 stalks of 9 revolution star grass to refine it. Under normal circumstances, one would be happy to find 1 stalk of 9 revolution star grass. How could one find 2 stalks of 9 revolution star grass? After refining successfully, Etianyan did not hesitate. He directly stuffed the pill into his mouth and began to absorb it. As soon as the 9 revolution star pill entered his mouth, he immediately felt the unique star aspect in his body start to improve a little. Although the speed was very slow, he could feel the effect slowly increasing. At least, it proved that it was effective. Too slow again. Etianyan stuffed another pill into his mouth. Before the effects of the first pill were fully consumed, Etianyan knew that it wasn't enough. He needed another pill to absorb it. With the 2 pills stacked on top of each other, the effect began to increase. Although it was still relatively slow, it was still much faster than before. Very quickly, the pill was completely absorbed by him. He looked around at the 5-colored Emperor Dragon in his body. Its body began to glow with a faint light, like a kind of white light. In other words, there were additional white scales. However, it had only grown to less than half of its original size. There was still a long way to go. Still not enough. Etianyan felt that there was still a long way to go before he could reach the 3rd level of the Star Dharma idol. He immediately took out most of the 9 revolution stargrass and started to refine it. He only had 1 stalk left. Apart from using it to refine his energy nascent soul, he used the rest to refine pills. Soon, another batch of medicinal pills was refined, and he continued to absorb them madly. This time his growth rate began to increase significantly. However, he still had to raise it slowly. He was not the type to reach the top in one go. Following that, Xiao Chen slowly immersed himself in refining several 9 revolutions, star pills. He needed time to consume them. At the same time, the news of the Phoenix Flame Palace's destruction spread throughout the chaotic region. No one knew what was going on. The Phoenix Flame Palace suddenly exploded. There was really no warning at all, and it completely exploded. After all, the Phoenix Flame Palace was a major faction in the chaotic region. Yet it disappeared just like that. Those who did not know were fine. However, those who did were shocked. The Phoenix Flame Palace had 2 star venerates. 2 star venerates were even stronger than many of the ancestral land factions outside. Most of the ancestral land factions outside had only 1 star venerate at most. How could there be 2 star venerates? The Phoenix Flame Palace had 2 star venerates. They could absolutely suppress most factions. However, they did not leave the chaotic region. Instead, they continued to stay here. No one knew what their purpose was. Logically speaking, if one went to a faction outside and occupied a place, they would definitely be able to proclaim themselves kings. How many factions would dare to offend 2 star venerates? However, the Phoenix Flame Palace chose the chaotic region, surprising everyone. However, very few knew that the Phoenix Flame Palace had 2 star venerates. One could say that the Phoenix Flame Palace was very low profile. It was low profile because it did not expose its experts. However, it was high profile because of its alchemy standards. The Phoenix Flame Palace was a rather famous existence in both regions. Lord Astromaster, the Phoenix Flame Palace was destroyed. A scout reported as he knelt. The Phoenix Flame Palace was destroyed? What about the glazed jade, star venerate? The Astromaster's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and the killing intent pushed the scout back. Just the murderous intent alone could knock a star venerate off his feet. It seems. The scout could not even speak properly. His words were stuck in his throat, completely frightened by Tianyan. The Astromaster withdrew his murderous intent, but his gaze remained cold as he gestured for the scout to continue speaking. Many thanks, Lord. The scout crawled up and knelt on the ground, becoming even more respectful. After investigating, we discovered the aura of the glazed jade, star venerate. However, it is an aura of destruction. It seems that he chose to self-detonate, causing the destruction of the Phoenix Flame Palace. As for the two palace masters, they have also disappeared without a trace. I'm afraid they are also dead. What? The Astromaster's murderous intent soared into the sky again, sending the scout flying and crashing into a wall. Do you know who killed them? Cough, cough, cough. I'm not too sure, but we discovered an acquaintance. It is the one that Lord has been keeping an eye on. The scout raised his hand, and a recording roulette appeared in his hand. The Astromaster raised his hand, and the recording roulette flew into the air. Soon he spun it, and a familiar figure appeared in his line of sight. This person was none other than Tianyan. The so-called acquaintance here was naturally Tianyan. The Astromaster had been keeping an eye on him, but now he had come to the chaotic region. It seems that there is no one else besides him. It seems that his attainments are quite good. The Astromaster's eyes flashed with an icy green light. I didn't expect him to grow to this point. I'm looking forward to it more and more. But now that so many of my people have been killed, the plan has been ruined. It seems that the plan will have to be brought forward. The Astromaster withdrew his murderous intent, turned around, and walked into the palace. His eyes were cold. I originally wanted to nurture them for a while, but now it is time to harvest them. Chapter 2024. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The surface of Tianyan's body began to emit a faint white light. As time passed, the white light became more and more intense, illuminating the entire training room as if it were daytime. The five-colored emperor dragon in his body had an additional layer of white scales on top of the original five-colored dragon scales. He could feel a very rich light attribute aura from it, which meant that the five-colored emperor dragon was about to gain a light attribute power. Finally, after an area was completely covered with white scales, Tianyan opened his eyes, and a white light shot out, directly penetrating the wall in front of him and penetrating outside. Roar! The five-colored emperor dragon's shadow burst out, and the five-colored emperor dragon behind Tianyan emitted a white light, which looked very dazzling. It was no longer called the five-colored emperor dragon, but the six-colored emperor dragon. The six-colored scales represented the colors of the six attributes. From the original five attributes, it had increased to six attributes. I finally reached the third level of the unique Dharma of stars, with an additional light attribute power. Tianyan felt that the unique Dharma of stars power had once again ushered in a significant increase, and at the same time he had mastered an additional attribute, which was something he had not expected. He had thought that if he maintained this, he would only be able to increase his strength, but he did not expect that he could also increase his attributes. If this continued, then the next time he leveled up, there was a possibility that there would be an additional dark attribute. Or perhaps it could incorporate other attributes or even all attributes, and truly become a full attribute Emperor Dragon. I was just about to say that 5 attributes is a little too little. Now that I have an additional attribute, it's really not bad. Tianyin was overjoyed. This was an unexpected surprise. It's just that the consumption is a little high. I've used all the 9 Revolution Star pills and barely managed to break through. If I don't have so many, how can I break through? Tianyin shook his head. It was unlikely that there would be any more improvements now. After breaking through, he felt that the effect of the 9 Revolution Star pills had become negligible, as if it had lost its effect. It seemed that if he wanted to improve in this area, he had to find another divine medicine to raise the level of the Dharma of stars, and the 9 Revolution Stargrass was meaningless. If it was effective all the time, he would definitely refine elixirs like crazy. At the very most, he would just have to be ruthless and throw it into the merchant shop. Then he would make a bunch of copies of it. The price was a bit high, but as long as he could increase his strength, there was nothing wrong with it. Ding! You have successfully accepted the main quest. Destroy the Master of the Astral Origin. Quest completion reward. 50 million star energy points. You have also received 1 chance to evolve the system. Accumulable. Kill the Master of Star Origin. Ever since Tianyin had arrived, the main quest hadn't appeared. Now that it had finally appeared, he hadn't expected it to be to destroy the Lord of Star Origin. This was interesting. Originally, he had wanted to ignore the Master of Star Origin for the time being. But now, it seemed that he had no choice but to destroy him. Looks like I'll have to go there after a while. Tianyin stood up. He didn't want to go to the Star Origin domain for the time being. He wanted to go back first. He had spent a lot of time here, so he had to go back from time to time. Now that the Sky Cloud Ancestral Land was weak, he had to rely on himself to support it. Thus, he couldn't leave for too long. Otherwise, if something went wrong, he wouldn't be able to save the situation. Before leaving, Tianyin shifted his attention to the system evolution. He had already obtained 2 chances to evolve the system. Basically, he had used them to upgrade his skills or bloodline-type items, but he hadn't used them yet. Upgrade Crazy Mode. This was what Tianyin valued the most. His main source of power came from this, so it would be best if he could upgrade it. Ding! Unable to upgrade Crazy Mode for the time being. 3 chances to upgrade Crazy Mode are required. Huh? I need 3 evolution chances to level up? Tianyin was stunned. He had only wanted to give it a try, but he hadn't expected that he would actually be able to upgrade it. However, he didn't need 2 chances, but 3. It was worth it to use the 3 chances in this aspect. Up until now, he couldn't use his star energy to upgrade, so he could only rely on this. After thinking for a while, Tianyin stopped thinking about it and sent himself back to the Sky Cloud Ancestral Land with a teleportation godstone. As long as there were no seals, the teleportation godstone could still be used, saving him a lot of flying time. This was also the reason why he left so easily. If he had to risk his life to get back, he really wouldn't dare to leave casually. No matter what, he had to wait for the Sky Cloud Ancestral Land to improve a little before he dared to leave. Although many forces had attached themselves to the Ancestral Land now, how many of them were truly loyal? If something happened to him, they would definitely leave, instead of obediently attaching themselves to the Sky Cloud Ancestral Land. They were only afraid of Tianyin's power, but deep down, they probably scoffed at him. Without Tianyin, the Sky Cloud Ancestral Land was nothing. The other ancestral lands had lost their Star Lords, but they still had a large number of powerhouses. The Sky Cloud Ancestral Land now couldn't compare at all. After returning to the Sky Cloud Ancestral Land, he walked around the palace for a while and saw familiar figures who had been busy. Tianyin's heart warmed, and he quietly floated to her side, reached out to hug her and whispered in her ear, "I'm back." The person's body froze, and she immediately reached out and patted his hand, laughing and scolding. "Don't be serious. Can't you see I'm busy?" Sure, Shuiyun's hands were full of information about various forces, and she was checking the situation in all aspects to make an assessment. Tianyin smiled awkwardly, retracted his hand, and said, "Are you exaggerating? I still need to rest occasionally." "What rest?" "The Sky Cloud Ancestral Land isn't in a good situation now, and there are very few forces that can really be relied on. If you disappear for a while, the Sky Cloud Ancestral Land will probably collapse in a few days." Shi Shuiyun shook her head with a serious expression. Tianyin stopped smiling, squinted at her, and said with a smile, "Then, my Empress, it seems that you have a plan?" Although Shi Shuiyun's expression was serious, she didn't show a particularly worried look, so she must have some kind of plan. "Of course, I have a plan, and that is to build a good relationship with the Tianfen ancestral land. We've contacted each other before, and we have the same idea, so we hit off. If there are no accidents, there will be news soon," Shi Shuiyun said confidently. "As expected of my Empress, you have a good plan." Tianyin knew that Shi Shuiyun had a plan, and if she could rope in the second major force, there was nothing to worry about. Chapter 2025. While they were chatting, a voice came from outside. "Reporting to your Majesty, the court lady requests an audience." The guard outside shouted, "Quick, let her in." Shi Shuiyun's eyes lit up, and she gestured for the guard to let her in. Soon, a familiar figure appeared in front of them. The court lady was none other than Yue, whom Tianyin was very familiar with. She was a good choice for diplomacy, and her ability was worthy of recognition. "Your Majesty." After Yue appeared, her expression was full of disappointment, and she was not in high spirits. The negotiation this time did not go well, and there was a small situation. "What situation?" Shi Shuiyun frowned. Logically, it was unlikely that something like this would happen. After all, they had already discussed it before, and Yue's visit was just to sign the contract. To put it bluntly, she was just going to go through the motions and not to actually negotiate. "I'm not sure. We were about to sign the contract, but suddenly someone came up and said a few words to Tianfan Star-Lord. After that, Tianfan Star-Lord told us not to sign the contract for the time being, and then there was nothing else." Yue frowned and said, "Probably something happened, and that's why they refused our alliance." "Something happened?" Tianyin frowned. It seemed that this matter was not simple. "Yes, the details are not clear. I can only say that the situation is a little complicated, and the alliance plan has been temporarily delayed." Yue knelt on one knee and said, "This subordinate did not handle the matter well. Please punish me. Your Majesty, your Majesty." "This has nothing to do with you." Tianyin stretched out his hand and held Yue up. "I didn't expect this to happen. It seems that I have to go there in person," Tianyin said with a smile. "Tianyin, you want to go personally? If that's the case, isn't it equivalent to using force to force them? Their loyalty will definitely be greatly reduced." Shi Shuiyun had no lack of opposition, but if they were to form an alliance, they should be on equal footing. This way, if there was any danger, they would come to help. If they relied on brute force to form an alliance, they might stab them in the back. These were all uncertain. "No, I suspect that something special has happened. I'm afraid that some external force has come to interfere with our plan." Tianyin's eyes turned cold. He already knew who it was. Outside forces? Isn't our enemy just the Jade God Ancestral Land? Now that the Jade God Ancestral Land has been destroyed, could there be other forces? Shi Shuiyun was confused. They should not have provoked any other forces except the ancestral land of the Jade God. We're in the scorching desolation realm. The one who's here to cause trouble should be the Star Origin realm, the master of Star Origin. Tianyin voiced out his speculation. Master of Star Origin? Their pupils constricted. They were in charge of diplomacy, so they definitely knew about all the surrounding forces. Among them, the Star Origin area was the closest, and it obviously knew about the Star Origin Master's situation. He was a powerful Star Venerable. As for whether or not they would expand their forces here, that was something they needed to consider. However, after some inference, they felt that it was unlikely. The Star Origin Master was powerful, but managing the Star Origin area would be a headache for him. As for extending his control over this area, it was unlikely for the time being. If they wanted to occupy this area, they would have taken action long ago, and they would not have waited until now to take action. This was especially the case when Tianyin was here. As a Star Venerable, he might not be as powerful as the Star Origin Master, but if they really risked their lives, it would be hard to say whether he would win. Ordinary forces wouldn't dare to provoke them at will, and it was mainly because monarchs were quite selfish. It was normal for them to abandon their own forces in order to survive. After they escaped, they would hide themselves and launch sneak attacks from time to time. That would be an extremely troublesome matter. If they weren't sure that they could kill their opponents, they wouldn't invade other people's forces at will. Provoking an expert was not a wise thing to do. Now that Tianyin said that it was the Star Origin Master's doing, they were quite confused. That's right, it's the Star Origin Master. There is something I didn't tell you. The black energy is the doing of the evil spirit clan. You have already guessed it. Tianyin looked at them and said solemnly, but the real mastermind is the Star Origin Master. He sent the evil spirit clan to infiltrate our lower realm, and then he sent Star disciples up to join our forces. At that time, he would make contributions and obtain a certain status. I don't know what he wants to do, but he surely wants to control our forces. It can be seen from this that the Star Origin Master will probably attack us. Now that we have formed an alliance, it isn't unexpected that the Star Origin Master will intervene. Tianyin stated his guess. They looked at each other in dismay. They hadn't expected such a thing. It's really possible that the Brahmin ancestral land will refuse. Is the Star Origin Master threatening them? Yue asked in confusion. I'm afraid threats won't work. Even if they are Star Venerables, aren't they afraid of me? Tianyin shook his head and said with a smile, I guess they have something on the Brahmin ancestral land, or something related to the Brahmin ancestral land. That's why they chose to refuse our alliance. They all nodded in agreement. That was really the case. They weren't even afraid of the Jade, God, ancestral lands threat. How could they be afraid of the Star Origin Master? The Star Origin Master was a Star Venerable, but wasn't Tianyin a Star Venerable? I'll take a trip first. You should manage this place well. Don't let suspicious people join our forces, and don't let people you don't trust take important positions, Tianyin reminded them. We know. They were quite familiar with this aspect, and they had never made a mistake. Tianyin immediately flew to the Brahmin ancestral land. He had thought the alliance would be easy, but it seemed things weren't so simple. Now that the Star Origin Master could suppress a force, he could suppress other forces. At that time, this place would still be in a state of disunity, and it wouldn't be good for unity. What does the Star Origin Master want to do? If he wants to occupy this place, he can just start a war. Why does he need to do so many strange things? Tianyin furrowed his brows. If the Star Origin Master wanted to go all out, he could still suppress a force. It was chaotic, but at least he didn't need to do so many strange things. For example, Tianyin didn't like to use any schemes, and he didn't like to plant spies in other forces. Planting spies bit by bit would waste too much time. Chapter 2026. Tianyin came to Brahma ancestral land alone and hid his appearance so that no one would recognize him. He didn't know if anyone would recognize him, but in order to avoid attracting attention, he could only choose to disguise himself. He used his ability to easily disguise himself. With his cultivation, it wasn't difficult for him to disguise himself. He could easily hide his identity and wouldn't be recognized. No matter how close they were, they wouldn't be able to see through his disguise. Unless one's cultivation was higher than his, it would be hard to recognize him. When he came to Brahma ancestral land, there weren't only female cultivators like he had imagined. Brahma ancestral land only recruited female cultivators, but it didn't mean that they rejected all male cultivators from entering their territory. If that was really the case, it would be really exaggerated. No matter how strict they were, they wouldn't be this strict. However, Brahma Ancestral Land was still rather open-minded. If they really met a suitable Tao companion, they could still get together. However, they would need to make contract to do so. If they left, they would have to come back to help if anything happened to Brahma Ancestral Land. If they wanted true freedom, they would have to help Brahma Ancestral Land with 3 things before they could be truly free. It was very normal for Brahma Ancestral Land to set this rule. After all, they had spent so much to nurture them. If they saw a suitable Tao companion and left, wouldn't Brahma Ancestral Land suffer a huge loss? Therefore, those who chose to leave had to sign a contract to help Brahma Ancestral Land with 3 things. As for what those things were, it would depend on Brahma Ancestral Land. For example, obtaining divine medicine. It could also be to ask them to come back to help at a critical moment. Brahma Ancestral Land naturally had its own reasons for being so open-minded. In essence, they wanted more helpers. If married disciples came back to help, their husbands would definitely not sit idly by. Therefore, it was equivalent to asking for help from a small faction or even a large faction. It could be said that Brahma Ancestral Land had the most connections in this region. If they could take over Brahma Ancestral Land, it would be equivalent to controlling most of the factions in this region. This was also why Sher Shuyan was the first to communicate with Brahma Ancestral Land. As long as they could take over Brahma Ancestral Land, they could slowly deal with the other factions. The situation here isn't bad. Tianyin was very satisfied with Brahma Ancestral Land's management. There were many patrolling guards in the Brahmin Ancestral Land, and they were able to manage all the major problems here. Although the patrolling guards were all female cultivators, their expressions were even more severe and terrifying than the male cultivators. Their cultivations were not low, and it could be said that even women could occupy half the sky. Tianyin only took a casual glance and quickly headed for the interior of the Brahmin Ancestral Land. He did not enter through the main gate, but sneaked in. If he wanted to know more detailed information, he could only sneak in. If he asked directly, the elders of the Brahma Ancestral Land would definitely not tell him. Soon he easily snuck inside. With his cultivation, no one could detect him. Even the Brahma Star Lord found it difficult to detect him. With the difference in cultivation, as long as Tianyin didn't want to be discovered, it would be impossible for him to be discovered. After sneaking in, Zhang Xian immediately saw many attendants hurriedly walking back and forth within the palace. The areas that they were walking around in all came out from the passageway inside. It was very likely that something had happened. As expected, there's a problem. Tianyin frowned and quickly floated inside. When he followed them in, he saw a group of experts lying on the ground. Their faces were black, and they looked like they were in pain. Not only these elders, but even the Brahma Star Lord's face was black. His originally fair face was now as black as a walk. No matter how beautiful their faces were, they could not resist the invasion of this black energy. Under the invasion of this energy, they looked very haggard. Among them, Tianyin even saw familiar people. Fairy Fan was taking care of the elders and the Star Lord. She constantly used the crystal in her hand to suck out the black matter from their bodies and then handed it to the attendants who walked over to let them deal with it. The crystal that had absorbed the black matter could not stay here. It had to be dealt with quickly, or it would affect the situation here. Looking around, all the upper echelons were in danger. It seemed that they could not suppress the power and could only choose to slow it down. Tianyin glanced at it. This black matter was not the black matter of the evil spirit race. The evil spirit race was not that powerful, and their energy could not reach this stage. Flower of darkness. A flower of darkness that will continuously devour life. Once consumed, it will be difficult to remove. Unless one used a powerful flame, it would be difficult to remove. Usually, the only way to slow it down was to continuously transfer the devoured energy and obtain temporary relief. Flower of darkness. Why is there such a thing? Tianyin frowned. This plant was rather evil and was rarely seen. Even if one saw it, the possibility of eating it by mistake was relatively low. Only a fool would eat such an obvious evil flower. There was only one possibility. Someone had secretly planted it. Lord Star-Lord, we can't continue like this. Why don't we ask Lord Heavenly Cloud for help? Fairy Fan Yu's forehead was covered in sweat, and her eyes were filled with worry. She kept helping to extract the black, devouring energy as she spoke. It's useless. Heavenly Cloud Star, Lord, can't solve the effect of the flower of darkness. He's not a star alchemist, so he can't solve this problem. Besides, even if he's a star alchemist, he won't be able to solve it without reaching the 4th level. Star Lord Tianfan Yu sighed deeply. Maybe he can solve it, or maybe he knows someone, or maybe he'll help us. Fairy Fan Yu trusted Tianyan very much and kept pushing. Sigh, if that's the case, we'll owe him a big favor, and a very big one at that. Star Lord Heavenly Cloud is a ruthless person, and he never suffers losses. If he helps us, it'll be equivalent to saving our entire force. At that time, the Tianfan Ancestral Land will probably truly merge with the Heavenly Cloud Ancestral Land. There's no need to mention this anymore. Didn't we send someone out? There should be news soon. Star Lord Tianfan shook his head and refused to ask for help from Tianyan. Although it was an alliance before, if Tianyan came to help, it would not be as simple as an alliance. Tianyan, who was hiding at the side, touched his chin. He did not expect them to think of him like this. Ruthless person, that's right. Tianyan smiled. He was really a ruthless person. However, he had never thought of letting them merge with his force after saving them. Chapter 2027. Tianyan didn't appear immediately. He wanted to see what they could do. They were stubborn and didn't ask for help. After he stayed for a while, a disciple rushed in from outside. His face was pale and he seemed to be injured. Lord Star-Lord, the Phoenix Fire Palace has been destroyed. The disciple reported the result as soon as he came in. What? The Phoenix Fire Palace has been destroyed? Who destroyed it? Tianfan Star-Lord and the others' faces sank. They didn't expect to receive such bad news. Tianyan had a strange expression on his face. They had gone to the Phoenix Fire Palace for help. It was a scam. If they really came to help, the things in the Tianfan Ancestral Land would probably be emptied. I'm not sure. I only know that it was destroyed by a star venerable. I don't know who it was. The disciple shook his head. He didn't get any information there. Instead, he was injured. It was obvious that he had encountered some danger. Why are you injured? Did something happen? Fairy Fan Yu asked. These are just minor injuries. The cultivators in the chaotic area are all bastards. They attacked me directly. Fortunately, I ran fast. The disciple's face was pale. If she had been caught, the consequences would be unimaginable. It seems like we can't count on the Phoenix Fire Palace. But there's other news. Let's wait. Tianfan Star-Lord looked a little better. After absorbing a lot of Devour energy, the situation became much better. They could still hold on, but this wasn't the solution. It was just treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Even if they absorbed most of it and the situation improved, it would probably appear again after a while. The news didn't wait for long. Soon, someone rushed in from outside. Although she wasn't injured, she didn't look good. She came over and knelt on one knee. She lowered her head and said in shame, Lord Star-Lord, I failed to live up to your expectations. This trip has failed. They rejected our request directly, saying they can't help. How is that possible? They are so proficient in the power of plants. They should be able to help. Fairy Fan Yu was fuming at the side. It was fine if Phoenix Flame Palace was destroyed, but now it was rejected. This made her feel dissatisfied. Fan Yu, that's enough. The Tianfan Star Monarch gestured for her to calm down and sighed. It's not that they don't want to help, but that something has happened over there. Are they being threatened like us? Fairy Fan Yu clenched her teeth. The heavenly Brahmin Star Lord sighed. Perhaps. The Green Devil race was terrifying. They once swept through this entire region. I didn't expect them to make a comeback and attack us first. The Green Demon race is terrifying, but I feel that those fellows who take advantage of others are even more terrifying. Fairy Fan, you said indignantly. We just got hit and they already sent someone to say they can help us. They must have something to do with the Green Demon race. Otherwise, why would they immediately come over and say that they can help? It's enough to know these things. That's why I didn't agree to their request. They are forcing us to agree. They think that no one can solve the problem. We won't agree to their coercion, no matter what. Star Monarch Tianfan, you looked at Fairy Fan Yu with a gentle gaze. Fan Yu, if anything happens to me, I'll leave the responsibility of the Tianfan ancestral land to you. Out of all the disciples, I'm most optimistic about you, Master. How can you say such a thing? I will go find Star, Sovereign, Heavenly Cloud now. He must have a way. Fairy Fan Yu gritted her teeth and stood up. She was going to find Yi Tianyan. Up until now, only Yi Tianyan could help. Is this the only way? The Tianfan Star Monarch sighed deeply. All right then, go find Star Sovereign Heavenly Cloud. As long as the conditions are not too excessive, then agree to them. At this point, they could only ask Yi Tianyan. They originally didn't want to ask Yi Tianyan for help. They didn't expect Phoenix Flame Palace to be destroyed, and their request for reinforcements was rejected. In the end, they could only return and ask Yi Tianyan for help. Hearing this, Yi Tianyan's figure disappeared. He definitely wouldn't come out. If he did, they wouldn't be nice to him. No one liked someone eavesdropping on them. After Yi Tianyan came out, he didn't go back. Instead, he waited outside Tianfan Ancestral Land. Soon, Fairy Fan Yu came out. He pretended to go to Tianfan Ancestral Land and flew over. Lord, Heavenly Cloud, Star Sovereign. Fan Yu Fairy quickly saw Yi Tianyan, and she was stunned. She didn't expect to see Yi Tianyan so coincidentally. We meet again. Coincidentally, I came here to ask something. It's about the alliance. Why did you reject it? Yi Tianyan pretended to know nothing and asked. About the alliance, it's a long story. Now, I have a very serious matter to discuss with you. If you help us, let alone the alliance, Tianfan Ancestral Lands matters will be our Tianfan Ancestral Lands matters. Fairy Fan Yu wasn't in control, but she represented the entire Tianfan Ancestral Land. Oh, then tell me. Yi Tianyan pretended to know nothing. Follow me first. Fairy Fan Yu quickly led Yi Tianyan in. The way was smooth. When they reached the room, Tianfan Star Monarch and the others were stunned. They didn't expect Yi Tianyan to come so quickly. After all, Fairy Fan Yu had just left. Star Sovereign Heavenly Cloud just happened to come over. He said that he would personally ask about the alliance, so I brought him in. Fairy Fan Yu explained. Tianfan Star Monarch and the others nodded in realization. It wasn't unexpected that he would come over to ask about the alliance. Sir Star Sovereign Heavenly Cloud, as you can see, we are all poisoned by the flower of darkness. I wonder if you can help us detoxify it? The general solution is to find a grade 4 celestial alchemist, or at least a grade 3 celestial alchemist. Since they couldn't find one, they could only choose to ask Yi Tianyan for help. Grade 3 celestial alchemist? Yi Tianyan showed a slight smile and said, That's simple. I am a grade 3 celestial alchemist. You are a grade 3 celestial alchemist? All along, they thought that Yi Tianyan was just focusing on cultivation, instead of specializing in professions such as star alchemist, which took a lot of time and effort. But Yi Tianyan didn't want to waste his time. Yes, I am a grade 3 celestial alchemist. Is there a problem? Yi Tianyan smiled and said, Maybe not a grade 4 celestial alchemist, but compared to a grade 4 celestial alchemist, I don't think I'm much worse. Chapter 2028. Heavenly Fan Star Monarch and the others thought that Yi Tianyan would find some helpers. who knew that he would do it himself, which made them feel worried. "This heavenly cloud star monarch, it's not that we don't trust you, but I don't know if you know any grade for celestial alchemists. In fact, even celestial alchemists need high skills to remove the flower of darkness. Therefore, the higher the grade, the better. If you fail, it is extremely easy to trigger some other effects." Heavenly Fan Star Monarch said tactfully. She just wanted Tianyan to find a grade for celestial alchemist. The higher the grade, the better. If Tianyan controlled it and failed, they could only endure it. Tianyan doesn't know what they are worried about. They are worried that he won't be able to clean it up. He could understand this point. The flower of darkness was not an ordinary thing. A little carelessness could lead to serious consequences. "I know what you are worried about, but even if you are worried, there are no other high-level celestial alchemists here. If you want to find a higher-level celestial alchemist, you will have to go to a faraway place." Tianyan shook his head. At present, there were no grade for celestial alchemists in this area. The highest level was only a grade 3 celestial alchemist. Even if it was the Phoenix Flame Palace, the highest level was only a grade 3 celestial alchemy master. Any higher than that would most likely not exist in this area. "I see." Their eyes were filled with disappointment. If that was the case, they could only bite the bullet. "Then I'll go first." One of the elders bit the bullet and stepped forward. She planned to go first. Even if she failed, she would bear the consequences. At least, it was better than letting Heavenly Fan Star Monarch bear the consequences. Looking at their suicidal expressions, Tianyan felt helpless. It seemed that if he did not have a reputation in this area, they would not believe him. If it was a fight, they would be willing to believe him. But this was not a fight, but a treatment. Although they knew that Tianyan was a celestial alchemist, they still felt worried. With such strong combat power, who knew how much effort he put into becoming a celestial alchemist, these were the things they were worried about. Only Fairy Fan Yu was not worried. She believed that Tianyan would definitely succeed. "All right then, you go first." Tianyan gestured for her to sit down. Then he stretched out his hand, and the flame of chaos appeared. The scorching heat spread in all directions. When they saw the flame, their eyes widened. It was their first time seeing such a pure flame. Shortly after, Tianyan's palm landed on the elder's body. The primal chaos flames rapidly surged in and began to destroy the flower of darkness at a shocking speed. Under his superb control, the flower of darkness was ignited and quickly refined. Actually, Pil Grandmaster Xing didn't have to use too many techniques to destroy the flower of darkness. All he had to do was use his ability to control flames to refine the flower of darkness. It sounded simple, but it was very difficult to control. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause the flower of darkness to expand crazily and cause an explosion. Needless to say, the effect was to directly injure the host. Therefore, their worries were not without reason. If their souls were to be heavily injured, it would take a long time for them to recover. This would undoubtedly affect them greatly, so they had to be careful. However, Tianyan wasn't worried at all. He swept through the flower of darkness at a high speed and refined it. They could all see such a shocking speed, clearly. The flower of darkness formed a black line on their bodies, which could be seen from the surface of their bodies. After the flame was poured into them, it would start burning the black line. As it burned and refined, sparks would appear. Under normal circumstances, it would be refined bit by bit. However, Tianyan was quite domineering. He swept through the flower of darkness as if he had a pair of scissors in his hand and was cutting the flower of darkness. They were all scared by this. However, they didn't dare to speak. They just stood there dumbfounded and looked on in fear. If it were someone else, they would have cursed him. What if the flower of darkness exploded? However, Tianyan was different. He was a star venerable. Who could change the way a star venerable handled things? Therefore, They could only pray that their elders could hold on. Itianyin looked quite calm. He swept through the flower of darkness. In the blink of an eye, he had dealt with the flower of darkness. Soon he reached the most important part, the flower of darkness. The flower of darkness was in the dantian. Once it exploded, everything would be in vain. The flower of darkness was just an appetizer. The flower of darkness was the most important part. When they saw Itianyin didn't slow down at all, they were so nervous. They were afraid something bad would happen. Some of them even prepared to defend themselves. Once the flower of darkness exploded, they would be affected. The elder being treated by Itianyin had closed her eyes. She had devoted herself to the flower of darkness. We're doomed. I hope we can stay alive. This elder used all of her power to protect her soul. She wanted to protect as much as she could. However, when they all thought something bad had happened, the flower of darkness was refined easily. There was no problem at all. That's enough. Next, Itianyin gestured for the next elder to come over. He had a calm expression on his face. He was calm, but the others were dumbfounded. They looked at the state of their companions. They were all refined. The flower of darkness was gone. His terrifying speed and control could be said to be freakish. They had never seen such a shocking speed in their lives. Itianyin was an alchemist in the past. Now he was just a star alchemist. His control was still amazing, especially with his powerful strength as a foundation. He was able to grasp the most perfect state. What? No one is coming up. When Itianyin saw that they were all dumbfounded, he laughed in his heart. If he didn't show them what he was capable of, they wouldn't know how big the world was. I'll go. At this moment, another elder came up. However, they were still a little worried. Maybe the first one was just lucky? However, they were disappointed. Itianyin didn't slow down. He didn't fail either. Instead, his speed was even faster than the first time. Sweeping all the way, he immediately removed the flower of darkness. It was a piece of cake. Next, Itianyin waved his hand and motioned for them to continue. Immediately, another elder came up. They still didn't let Heavenly Fan Star Monarch come up. They just wanted to use them as test subjects. Even if it was the second elder, they still needed to be cautious. However, after treating a few more elders, they completely believed that Itianyin could easily cure the flower of darkness. Moreover, he didn't seem to be panting. Is he really a grade 3 celestial alchemist? Chapter 2029. Astonishing speed, astonishing control, all of which shocked them. His technique was as smooth as floating clouds and flowing water. They were dumbfounded and began to doubt their own common sense. The flower of darkness was a relatively famous, ominous flower. It was very troublesome to deal with, and once infected, it would be very difficult to remove. This was why they were so worried. It was not something that could be removed by a random celestial alchemist. However, Itianyin broke their common sense. So what if he was a grade 3 celestial alchemist? He could easily remove it. He was even stronger than a grade 4 celestial alchemist. They were all stunned by what they saw. Thinking of what Itianyin had said before, they realized that Itianyin was not lying. He really was strong. Next, Itianyin continued to wave his hand, gesturing to the next person. Only then did they recover from their shock and let the next person come over. I told you, Heavenly Cloud Star Venerable can definitely help us solve it. Fairy Fan was pleasantly surprised. Although she believed in Itianyin before, she was still a little worried. Now Itianyin swept all the way and easily removed the flower of darkness from most of them. It was a piece of cake. It didn't take long for Itianyin to completely remove the flower of darkness in their bodies, including Heavenly Brahmin Star, Lord's flower of darkness. Okay, it's all done. Itianyin exhaled. Although everything seemed easy, the consumption was not low. After all, it required great control, and there was no room for error. Now he had to deal with so many flowers of darkness at once, which required a lot of energy. If it weren't for his breakthrough in cultivation, he wouldn't have been able to master this aspect. Lord Heavenly Cloud, Star Venerable, you are really amazing. So many flowers of darkness, yet you managed to get rid of them. Looking at this area, even grade 4 or grade 5 celestial alchemists do not have such power. Heavenly Brahmin Star, Lord, was not stingy with her praise. She was truly shocked. She was experienced and knowledgeable, but this was the first time she had seen someone who could deal with flowers of darkness so easily. That's an exaggeration. Tianyin smiled and said, "Speaking of which, how did you get planted with the darkness flower? Logically speaking, it should be obvious with a glance." The heavenly Brahmin Star Lord was extremely embarrassed. He sighed and said, "There were spies among us. They used some methods to mix it into the pills, and we fell for it after taking it." Another spy. "Looks like you'll have to put more effort into this." Tianyin squinted his eyes and looked at Fairy Fanyu with a hidden meaning. Last time when Fairy Fanyu went to pick the 9 revolution stargrass, she met a spy. If it wasn't for Tianyin, she would have died in the 5-element mountain. That's right. After this, I'll definitely strengthen it more. The Brahma Star Monarch's eyes were filled with killing intent. This time, they had learned a profound lesson. They naturally knew how to control themselves. "So you're saying that you refused to form an alliance with us because of this?" Tianyin feigned ignorance and asked. "Yes, the situation at that time was special, and it was difficult to form an alliance. But other than that, there's another reason." The Brahma Star Monarch's eyes were filled with helplessness. How could they form an alliance when they looked so sick? Just as they were about to continue chatting, a guard came in from outside and reported, "My lord, those people are here again. They want to know if we've thought it through. They still dare to come." The Brahma Star Monarch's eyes turned cold. Just as he was about to rush out angrily, he thought of something and looked at Tianyin and said, "My lord, Heavenly Cloud Star Sovereign, they think they can help us get rid of the darkness flower. But we have to agree to one condition. This condition is not to form an alliance with my lord." "Oh, this condition is really special. Not to form an alliance with me." Tianyin's eyes turned cold. "Did you find out where they came from?" "We can't find out. Their identities are extremely mysterious, and their cultivation is not weak. One of them is even a star monarch. They come and go without a trace, and we can't find any traces." The Brahma Star Monarch's eyes turned cold. "I speculate that the traitor inside is probably related to them. Right after they were poisoned, they sent people over. They don't seem to be worried about being seen through at all." "Is that so?" Tianyin rubbed his chin and narrowed his eyes as he pondered. It wasn't unreasonable for them to be so arrogant. The darkness flower was extremely difficult to deal with, so it was equivalent to having a handle on them. How could they not be arrogant? This was equivalent to saying that only he had the antidote. Even if they knew that he was the one who poisoned them, if they didn't ask him for the antidote, they would just be waiting for death. This kind of arrogance made people feel helpless. "You couldn't force anything out of the traitor you caught?" Tianyin asked. "No, they were completely crazy. There was something special planted in their bodies, but I don't know what it is. It should be some kind of creature controlling them. Once they were caught, they turned into idiots." The Brahma Star Monarch shook his head, and the anger in his eyes burned even brighter. "There's actually such a move? Looks like I have to go and meet this group of people." Tianyin smiled faintly. "My lord, this is our internal matter. Let us handle it ourselves." The Brahma Star Monarch shook his head, indicating for Tianyin not to interfere. "This is your internal matter, yes, but it has something to do with us. Logically speaking, after forming an alliance, we are allies. If you have something to do, I naturally have to handle it well," Tianyin said solemnly. The Brahma Star Monarch was startled. After a moment of silence, he nodded. "Lord Heavenly Cloud, Star Venerable, I was too naive. If you can help us handle this matter, Our Brahma ancestral land will completely join you in the future. She thought about it and finally decided to completely join them instead of forming an alliance. She thought about it and felt that it was a good choice to join a reliable ally. In addition, they were already very compatible with Sher Shuyun, so there was indeed a feeling of kinship. Now that Yi Tianyin had helped them so much, they might as well completely join them. All right, Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. He did not expect things to go so smoothly. This was not just a simple alliance, but a large group of experts joining them. Then leave it to me. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. However, I'm guessing that the power behind them is definitely not simple. Could it be that Lord Heavenly Cloud Star Venerable has already investigated something? The Brahma Star Monarch asked doubtfully. I haven't investigated anything yet. I just found out how to investigate. The main thing is that I encountered a special situation previously. Someone wanted to plant a spy in our ranks. I'm sure you've all heard of this force, Yi Tianyin said with narrowed eyes. What force? They all craned their necks to look over.